074
074
676
676
669
669
073
073
114
114
5035
5035
082
082
704
704
4358
4358
071
071
437
437
9551
9551
063
063
065
065
2013
2013
079
079
106
106
9100
9100
072
072
938
938
2498
2498.
When was this subpoena received by your office?
Yathola nini-ke le subpoena?
28th October 2014.
Yathola mhla 28 ku-October 2014.
And then can you please also place on record the station as well as the case number of the case concerned?
The case number?
It's Phosphorus 636
Phosphorus 636
of 10 2014.
2014.
And then can you also proceed to place the offense?
Murder and armed robbery.
Athi-ke ukubulala nokubamba inkunzi umuntu ehlomile.
And the date in which it was committed?
26th October 2014
ngomhla 26 ku-October ngomnyaka 2014
around 2000 hours, which is 8 p.m.
kuthiwa lenzeka ngesikhathi so 8 wasebusuku.
As well as the address?
Lithini ikheli?
13511
13511
Kutulwano Street, Utulwano section, Phosphorus.
Phosphorus.
Let us now proceed to your affidavit. Can you please proceed to place the contents on record?
This statement comprises of fraud-related information on the said numbers for the requested period of July 2014 until 27th October 2014.
Athi-ke lokhu kuhambelana nezinamba ezine engathi ziba nokuxhumana kusukela ngomhla 1 July 2014 ukuyofika umhla ka-27 October 2014.
The statement also provides briefly the RICO information
Uthi lesi statement siyasiza futhi ngokuletha imininingwane ye-RICO
location
nokuthi kwakulaphi
and activities of messages received and sent.
Ukhuluma futhi nangimlayezo yatholakala niyathunyelwa.
Due to the volumes of data or large amount of data,
Ngoba ke idata iningi kakhulu.
only a few pages
Amakhasi ambalwanyana
that are relevant have been supplied.
ekubona sengathi angasetshenziswa ke la esinikwe wona.
Yes, can you proceed now to read the affidavits on record?
This certification is an extract in terms of Section 15 of the Electronic Communication and Transactions Act,
Kuthiwa ke lesi certificate ke sihambelana nokukhishwa ke kwedatha ngaphansi ka section 15 yalo mthetho okuthiwa Electronic Communication and Transaction Act.
of 25 of 2002,
Umthetho number 25 of 2002.
read with Section 213, 1 and 2,
Kuthiwa ke ufundwa no section 213 paragraph in brackets 1
and
no
2A
2 no SB no 2A
of the Criminal Procedure Act,
walo mthetho okuthiwa Criminal Procedure Act.
51 of
Umthetho
1977.
number 51 of 1977.
Yes, proceed to read.
Okay. I, Pinky Rasio Vifalingam, the undersigned, state under oath.
Mina ke uphinki
Rasio.
uphinki Russia Vatilingam lo sayinile la ngaphansi ngifuna ukusho lokho ngaphansi kokufunga.
I am an adult female employed at Vodacom
Ngumuntu wesifazane ke osebenza endaweni yaseVodacom
in the capacity of forensic liaison supervisor.
igama lomsebenzi wami ke forensic liaison supervisor.
The facts herein contained are to the best of my knowledge and belief true and correct.
Lokho ke ngibhale lana ke ngikwazi ukuthi kuyiqiniso futhi ke kubhaleke kahle.
I am making this statement knowing that if it is tendered in evidence,
Manje ke ngenza lesi statement ngazi ukuthi singalethwa njengomfakazi.
I will be liable to prosecution if I willfully stated anything I know
Futhi ngiyazi ukuthi ke ngingena enkingeni yokuboshwa uma kuukuthi ngizokwenza ngihlosile.
to be false or which I do not believe to be true.
Uma ukuthi khona ngizokuletha okungelona iqiniso nengikwazi ukuthi akulona iqiniso.
Vodacom is an electronic communication service provider duly licensed by the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa and operates electronic communications network, Vodacom networks, throughout South Africa and some parts of Africa. Section 15 of the ECT Act makes reference to and governs the admissibility of data messages. Data message is defined to mean data generated, sent, received, or stored by electronic means and includes a voice where the voice is used in an automated transaction and a stored record. It is clear that Section 15 governs data messages, which includes call messages, SMSs, and other information such as email, hereafter referred to as call data related information.
Manje ke iVodacom inkampani ke esiza ngokuthi ithwale inkampani ezimele ngaphansi kwe-Independent Communications Authority of South Africa and esenza ukuthumela imilayezo kulo lonke lasemzansi nezinye indawo zase-Afrika ngaphansi kuka-section 15.1 Electronic Communications Act futhi-ke iyona-ke uwona mthetho osebenza ukuthi-ke ukusetshenziswa-ke nokuthunyelwa kwama-message. Ama-message-ke lawa awuhlobo lwedatha and achazwa ngokuthi idatha ethunyelwayo ethunyelwayo negcinwayo uhlobo lukagesi ngaphakathi komishini futhi-ke lolu hlobo lwedatha luyizwi lapho-ke izwi elisetshenziswa endaweni lapho olusebenzela kungena muntu oluthintayo and futhi lapho olugcinwa khona nokuthi-ke futhi-ke lo mthetho lona usection 15.1 uhambelana nokugcina ama-message ahambelana ala kumakhalekhukhwini oma-SMS nolunye neminye-ke imininingwane enjengoma-email lokho kuzokhulunywa manje ngokuthi i-data yonke.
Call data related information is obtained from the Network Event Monitoring System, which we call Nemo, currently housing live data of all activity on a SIM card or handset routed through the Vodacom network. Since this information is only retained for a period of 3 years or 36 months, data requested for a time period preceding this cannot be retrieved from the system. Once Vodacom receives a request to access and supply an extract of the call data related information from a law enforcement agency, this extract is permanently electronically archived. Call data related information is generated in a PDF format, stored and communicated by the servers and cannot be altered, manipulated or tampered with by anyone while on the servers. The manner in which the integrity of the call data is maintained is considered reliable as contemplated in Section 15, Paragraph 3 of the Act.
Kuthiwa-ke i-call data yonke ikhuluma ngolwazi olutholakale lungena kwa-Vodacom sebenzisa lo i-Network Event Monitoring System and futhi ithatha konke ukusebenza kudlula kuma-SIM card noma ifoni esetshenziswayo and ukuthi-ke kudlule kungene ngazo iy'ncingo zase-Vodacom and futhi-ke konke-ke lokhu kugcinwa iminyaka emithathu. Idatha-ke eceliwe esikhashana ekade lesi sikhathi ayikwazi ukuthi sengatholakala. Ima i-data i-Vodacom ithola isicelo sokuthi kungenwe kulokhu okukhona ngaphakathi ukuhambelana namafayela njengoma-PDF agciniwe la ngaphakathi adluliswe emshinini yase-Vodacom. Ayikwazi ukuthi konke lokhu kuceliwe kuguqulwe noma kushintshwe noma ingayiphi indlela nanoma ngoba indlela okugcinwe ngagcinwa ukuthi kungaguquleki and futhi kufanele kuhlale kungaleyo ndlela ngoba lokhu kulawulwa usection 15.3 yomthetho.
Nemo adheres to the security requirements stipulated in Vodacom security policies and procedures. A firewall is in place to separate Nemo from the Vodacom network, with only the necessary ports open for communication. Access to Nemo is controlled via a secure APN limiting access to specific authorized users only. All access to Nemo is logged and a full audit trail of all operations performed by any authorized user stored. To ensure data integrity and completeness, file and record level checking with full notification to authorized personnel where intervention is required. All system processes are furthermore monitored through daily operational checks.
So Nemo lo mshini lo ogcina lonke lolu lwazi lwase Vodacom khona indlela ovalelwe ngayo ngoba uvalelwe ngemva kwaloko okubizwa ngesilungu ifirewall kusho ukuthi umnyango ovimbela ukuthi abangafanele ukuthi bangene bangakwazi ukungena lapho futhi kunezindlela ezithize ezisetshenziswayo zokuthi kuvulela ukuthi ulwazi lungangena kodwa kungabi namuntu ozokwazi ukungena ngaphakathi ayoguqula lo lwazi and futhi ke wonke ke le machine le egcine lo konke lokhu kunendlela esetshenziswayo usuku nosuku ukuthi kuhlole ukuthi sasebenza kahle yini.
I am responsible for the inter alia, the supply of information and call data on the Vodacom network pursuant to requests received from the South African Police Services, law enforcement agencies and other institutes.
Senzo wami ke ukuthi nginike ufaka ulwazi oludingekayo kuhambelana nesicelo engisitholayo sivela emaphoyiseni uma kukhona ulwazi abaludingayo mayelana nokusebenza kwalwazi olungaphakathi kwemishini yase Vodacom.
This certifies that Vodacom has received a subpoena in terms of Section 205, Paragraph 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 from SAPS with reference number GP Joburg 569 of 10 2014 from Captain Boonstra. The subpoena had been submitted for call-related information.
When you target the certificate of Vodacom, satholakala ngaphansi kwesabina engaphansi kwesection 205 in brackets 1 Criminal Procedure Act number 1977 ephuma emaphoyiseni South Africa ehambelana no GP JHB 565 of 10 of 2024 ephuma ku Captain Boonstra kusho ukuthi ke loyana ke owafaka lesi sicelo esicela idata evela enkampani.
So my findings are as such. Call data and the profiles have been supplied as requested. Data has not been attached nor added as an annexure to this manual statement due to the data being voluminous. The case had to be registered into smaller or shorter periods. The data can be obtained from the following case IDs 550713 and 550720, which was supplied with a memo and affidavit.
I-call data ke nama-profile la alethwe njengoba kulethwe isicelo. Idata ke ayizange iqhunyelwe kule document njenge-annexure noma okujotshelelwe kule ncwadi ngoba inkulu kakhulu. Kodwa ke kusho ukuthi ke i-case lena kwadingeka ukuthi ihlukaniswe ibe incezo ezincane futhi ke noma isikhashana esifishane. Kodwa ke yonke le data efunekayo ingatholakala kulama case la alandelayo 5507013 no 550720 la abanikwe wona njengale memo ke ne affidavit.
The information pertains to the cell phone numbers. Is that read it out again? 060-804-0436, 082-704-4358, 071-437-9551, which are on case ID 550713, which comprises of 4,649 pages, and 079-106-9100, 072-938-2498 are on case ID 550720, which comprises of 1,189 pages. Data was requested for the period 1 July 2014 until 27th October 2014.
Kuthiwa-ke lapha-ke ulwazi obufunekayo befunakala ngalezi number 060804 0435 082704 4358 071 437 9551 and ikhesi ke lekhulunywa ngawo u-3507 of 13 futhi ke iy'number ke kukhulunywa ngazo amapheji lawa aphumile ngazo lezi number abeyinkulungwane amakhulu ayisithupha namashumi amane nesishiyagalolunye futhi ke nalezi number 079 106 9100 072 938 2498 ikhesi ke khulunywa ngayo ke u-5507 20 lapho ke phume khona amakhasi ayinkulungwane ikhulu elilodwa namashumi ayisishiyagalombili nesishiyagalolunye amakhasi futhi ke idatha yonke le icelelwa isikhathi leni esiqala ngomhla ka-1 ku-July 2014 kuyofika ngomhla ka-27 ku-October 2014.
The relevant printout is here to annex and constitute a data message in terms of Section 15 of the Act. The information that appears on said printouts reflects electronic representations described as data in the Act. It also represents data generated, sent, received, and stored by electronic means and or stored records as contemplated in the definition of data messages in the Act.
Wathi-ke le printout le yenziwe-ke yajobelelwa lana ikhuluma-ke ngedata yawonke lonke uhlobo le-data olukhona ngaphansi kwa-section 15 omthetho-ke isho futhi nokuthi yonke imininingwane etholakalayo ngalapha noma ulwazi olutholakalayo lonke lihambelana lungaphansi lungoluhlobo le-elektroniki oluthi uma lubhalwe lapha ngaphansi komthetho lichazwa njenganoma yini yonke into eyathunyelwa eyatholakala eyamukelwa noma-ke okugciniwe ngaphakathi-ke komshini and lokho-ke konke yilokho okuchazwe njengokungaba i-data ngaphansi komthetho.
My additional comments. The activities below were a focal point which were extracted from the voluminous data of case ID 550713.
Wathi-ke okunye ukuphawula nakho ukuthi konke lokho okukhulunywa ngako lako yiloko okukhishwe ngaphansi kwale data eningi ehambelana no case ID 550713.
You will see that in that little block there is an extract of the data pertaining to the cell phone number ending 4358.
Ke lapho kuleyo block uzobona ukuthi kukhona ke ulwazi olukhishwe kule cell phone number egcina ngo4358.
On the 2nd of August 2014
Ngomhla 7 August 2014
at 22:40:47 seconds,
isikhathi ka 22:40 seconds,
a call was received by 4358
ke khona ke ikholi ke yatholakala itholwa ile phone u4358.
The call duration was 110 seconds.
Ke imizuzwana obahlala efonini kwakuyishumi ikhulu neshumi lemizuzwana,
And the call came from number ending 1330.
manje ke inumber ke eyathumela le call leno ku 1330.
The other extract is also relating for the number ending 4358.
Khona kunye okwathungela kuye le number ka 4358.
It lasted 98 seconds.
Ke yahlala imizuzwana imashumi ayishagalolunye nesishagalombili.
Dated on the 15th of October 2014.
Kwakumhla 15 October 2014.
Time 17:33,
Isikhathi 17:33
57 seconds.
57
Seconds.
wemizuzwana.
No, yeah. And that was from number ending 9551.
Manje yayivela kule number ku 9551.
Call data in respect of incoming and outgoing transactions is reflected under the AMA, which is Automatic Message Accounting Stream. The column reflecting as call type indicates the type of transaction that had taken place. These are actual transactions to and from a particular ISDN, which is called the cell phone number. The call data time column reflects the date and the time of a particular transaction. The cell name column will reflect the base station or tower that the particular transaction was routed through. Common call types are reflected as the following. MTC is an incoming call. MOC is an outgoing call. MTSS is an incoming SMS. That is when an SMS was received by the MSISDN. The call date time column will indicate the date and time of that SMS received. The other party will be blank, as Vodacom systems do not populate the number that sends the SMS.
Hayi manje ke is call data etholakele ingena noma iphuma iyavela lapha ngaphansi kwalomshini othiwa automated message accounting system. Amakhona nika achazayo la ikhona ukuthi ihloboni lwekhole ephuma ekhuluma ngokuthi kuyiphi kusetshenziswa yiphi ifone ivela ke ngenamba ye-ISDN nokuthi isikhathi kwakuyinini and futhi iveze nokuthi i-data nesikhathi unokuthi kwakuhlobonike lento eyenzeka lapha efonini. U-cell name i-column le echaza ukuthi yiphi ke i-base station noma i-tower le yayisetshenziswa lapho ngaleso sikhathi kuphuma leyo call noma ngena leyo call. Kuthiwa ke inhlobo ke le data etholakalayo oqala ukukhulunywa nge-MTC kusho ukuthi i-call engenayo khulume nge-MOC kuthiwa i-call ephumayo lepho MT-SMS kuthiwa ke i-SMS engenayo kuthiwa i-SMS kuyabhalwa etholakele kodwa ke i-call data ngesikhathi kuyavela nako kuyatholakala nokuthi ke le SMS lena yayithunyelwe ubani manje kodwa laba abanye ke laba mhlambe ke abathunyele i-SMS i-Vodacom ayivezi ukuthi leyo number ethumelayo yi.
Okay. Whilst we're on this page, can you clarify certain things? What do you mean when you say Vodacom systems do not populate numbers sending the SMS?
This is very old data, so back in the day, because of the volumes of data stored on the network, it would not reflect the numbers that send an SMS.
So ke ngoba ke kudala kwakuba nemininingwane eminingi igciniwe bakungagcina kungasabhaliwe emshinini emdala ukuthi uba iyiphi le phone number eyayithumela le SMS etholakalayo.
Just on that page again, on the Vodacom AMA data, on that block, the third column, are you able to tell the code if the two calls on the 2nd of August 2014 as well as the 15th of October 2014 were made from the same IMEI number?
I will confirm it in a second. I will just look at it on my data because it is very small here.
Ngathi akungani lapha ephepheni kodwa ke uzozama ukubheka emshini wakhe ukuthi kuzobonakala kahle ukuze ukwazi ukuthi kuvele kahle akwazi nokuphendula.
The IMEIs are two different IMEIs reflecting.
Thola kubonakala ama-AMI amabili ahlukene.
Can you place them on record, starting with the one of the 2nd of August 2014?
3515.
The whole thing.
Okay. 3515-0305 303538.
Thola ke eyavela ngomhla ka-August 2 August 2014 i-IMEI yakhona u-3 uqolo lapho
351-5030-5303-538.
sibonge inkantolo isisize.
That's correct, yes.
And then the second
The
one?
second one is 8633 720 213 7621.
8633 7202 137621.
Okay. On paragraph 7, you indicated that you received a subpoena. Is that the subpoena appearing on page 2 of exhibit JJJ1?
Wathola isubpoena yona le vele ekhasini lesibili.
Yes, that's correct.
Wathi yebo kunjalo.
Okay, just for further clarity, through these IMEI numbers, are you able to tell which device was used?
I do not have the make and model of the device to use in this particular statement.
Wathi hayi lesi statement anginayo ke igama noma uhlobo lwefoni eyayisetshenziswa.
And then lastly, can you also explain on paragraph 5 where you mentioned Nemo? Can you explain further how does Nemo work?
Certainly. So Nemo is our fraud system, the network event monitoring system.
Nemo is umshini obheka uzama ukubheka ukuthi kukhona yini ukukhwabanisa okukhona.
It is a very secure application.
Umshini okhiwe impela.
Information on Nemo is fed through from the towers and servers.
Ke ulwazi olungena ngaphakathi kwaNemo luphuma kumathawa.
The way in which data is retrieved and stored and returned to SAPS is that Vodacom has given SAPS access to the front end of Nemo.
Indlela yokusetshenziswa ngayo ukuthi amaphoyisa anikwe indlela yokuthi ikwazi ukungena emshinini weNemo kodwa ingayi ngemuva ingene nje la phambili la kutholakala khona ulwazi.
The SAPS members are part of the provincial offices, which we called POCM offices.
Amaphoyisa ke ayingxenye yale mahhovisi ekuthiwa ama-POCM offices.
We also refer to them as the technical support unit of SAPS.
Ke laba ke babizwa ngokuthi technical support unit ke yasesiphoyiseni.
They will in turn upload the subpoena to the front end of Nemo.
Ke nayibona ke abafaka isicelo sokucela ulwazi kuwo wena lo mshini uNemo.
They will also provide the details from the subpoena, as in the CAS number, the investigating officer, and what is required.
Ke bafaka ke nalapho ke ulwazi ukuthi icase inumber yecase yipi bafaka futhi ke negama lo ophethe uphemo nokuthi ikhulunywa ngani.
They will also reference the document as per their province. In this case, it is a GP number.
Kuzochaza ke nokuthi ke kuyipi kusiphi isifunda kule case ekhulunywa ngayo kuyakubonakala ukuthi sesifundeni sase-Gauteng.
All of this is submitted electronically.
Konke lokho kungena ngemishini.
We then receive it on our side.
Thina ke silithola ngasengxenyeni yethu.
The LEO team consists of 11 team members,
Manje ke leli qembu ke linamalungu ayishumi nanye.
of which all of us have top secret security clearance.
Ke bonke ke banemvume ukuthi clearance ebavumela ukuthi bangabona izinto eziyimfihlo eseqophelweni eliphezulu.
Once the case is received, it is then verified by the team member that,
Manje nesitholekeleke icase kuke kuqale ukuthi bahlolisise ukuthi ingene ngokomthetho yini.
that the case is assigned to.
And then bese ke ukuthi icase ifunele idlulisele kubani.
It is then verified again to ensure that all the information that has been submitted is indeed correct.
Ngiphinde kuhlole futhi ukuthi konke lemininingwane lefakwe kuleyo case iyiqiniso yini.
Once it is correct and approved, the system generates an automated case ID.
Manje mase kutholekeleke konke lokho isystem ke iveza inombolo yalelo cala.
This then goes into a busy state,
manje-ke isifakwa njengomsebenzi oqhubekayo,
which indicates that it is searching for the information that is required.
lokho kuchaza ukuthi-ke umshini uzama ukuthola lonke ulwazi nemininingwane edingekayo.
Once it is completed,
Siqedile-ke
the data that has returned is verified again by the agent,
manje-ke i-agent kuyaphinda-ke iyabheka ukuthi lo lwazi olutholakele lunjani.
it is then closed once all has been verified.
Mase kuhloliwe konke-ke manje-ke siyavalwa.
An SMS is electronically sent to the investigating
Manje
officer
kumshini kuvele uthumele i-SMS uzithumelele wona ethumelele kumseshi.
to state that the information is ready for collection at the TSU.
Manje kuchaza la ukuthi-ke umseshi ngaya-ke ayothola lo lwazi alucelile endaweni yase-TSU.
The information is sent through in a PDF format
So manje-ke lonke-ke lo lwazi oluceliwe lulisola ngefayile ewuhlobo lwe-PDF.
This is done so that the data cannot be manipulated in
Right.
any way.
Manje-ke lokho-ke kwenzelwa ukuthi kungabi nashintsho oluzokwenziwa noma kuguqulwa lolu lwazi lolu oluthunyelwe.
And then we close the case.
Bese kuyavalwa-ke i-case.
Ma'am, can you tell the court how secure is the storage facilities of Vodacom?
Manje-ke ikhuseleke kanjani-ke indawo lapho kugcinwa izinto zase-Vodacom?
Our servers are stored in a cage
Manje-ke ama-server-ke lawa agciniwe endaweni eyakhelwe.
we have the word I'm looking for. It's stored in a secure environment at a disaster recovery center.
Kuthiwe kugcinwe endaweni ekhuselekile ngaphansi kwala khona kugcinwa khona ulwazi oludingekayo uma kuzama ukuthi kuphinde kuvuse imishini ewile.
It's only accessed by our engineers
Abangena khona kuphela awenjiniyele base-Vodacom.
who also have top secret clearance.
Nabo-ke labo-ke banelungelo eliphezulu lokubona ulwazi oluyimfihlo.
In terms of the data, there is no human intervention at all.
Manje-ke mayelana nolwazi olulapho-ke akukho muntu okwaziyo ukulifinyelela.
For how long is the data stored?
The data is stored for 3 years.
Manje ulwazi-ke lolu lugcinwa iminyaka emithathu.
We've had prepositions in this court that this case has been combed. Are you able to tell the court if there was any form of intervention or manipulation of the data in
Not
this regard?
not at all. As
What?
I've mentioned, the data is submitted or leaves our systems or office in a PDF format, which means portable document format. There is no human intervention. There is no person that is going in and adding or manipulating or removing any activities from the data. As it is received, it is submitted.
So-ke lolu lwazi noma i-information la ngaphansi ithi uma ikhishwe ngale file ekuthiwa i-PDF lokhu kwenzela phela ukuthi kungabi namuntu ozoba nokukwazi ukuthi aguqule le information le ethunyelwayo futhi akukho muntu okwazi ukuyithinta noma uyiguqule le information engaphakathi.
Okay, let's proceed to paragraph 11. I'm not sure if the information just above paragraph 11 was already placed on record. Have you placed this information above paragraph 11
I'm
on
going
record?
to read that now.
Thank you.
MOSMS is an outgoing SMS. which means that it's an SMS that was sent by the MSISDN. The call date time column will indicate the date and time of that SMS when it was sent. The number that the SMS was sent will be reflected in the other party column. Please note that the above call types can only reflect if the cell phone was on.
Take i-MOSMS kukhulunywa nge-SMS ephumayo ithunyelwa i-MSISDN. I-call date ke lapho ke i-column echazayo ukuthi usuku nesikhathi lapho i-SMS eyathunyelwa ngaso. Inamba ke lena i-SMS eyathumelwa ngayo ifanele ikhombise lapho kubhalwe khona ukuthi other party. Futhi ngiyacela ukuthi nikwazi ukuthi zonke inhlobo zonke ke inhlobo zama-call aphumayo zingakwazi ukuthi zivele nge-cellphone esetshenziswa ekhanyisiwe.
The IMEI column reflects the unique serial number of the handset. Excuse me. Vodacom utilizes both Siemens and Huawei Mobile Switching Center. SMS transactions through the Siemens switch will not populate the IMEI number in SMS transaction. That refers to the MOSMS and the MTSMS. SMS transactions through the Huawei switch will populate the IMEI number in SMS transactions. Upon production, all mobile handsets are assigned a unique digit IMEI code or number. The IMEI number may be displayed on most mobile handsets by dialing *#06# or viewed on the compliance plate under the battery or the SIM tray, depending on the model of the handset. Vodacom only uses the first 14 digits of the IMEI number to identify a handset. In terms of the full IMEI number, the number format is as follows. The first 8 digits represents the handset make and model. The next 6 represents the actual serial number of the handset. And the last digits, 15, 16, and 17, are check digits and software version numbers.
Uma isikhishiwe-ke wonke-ke omakhalekhukhwini anikwa kusho ukuthi mesiyakhiwe umakhalekhukhwini unikwa inombolo ekuthiwa IMEI-ke kusho ukuthi inombolo ezokhonjiswa ukuthi yona inombolo yale handset esetshenziswayo. Umuntu unayidinga angadayela *#06# and akwazi ukuyithola le nombolo and futhi ngaphansi kwebhetri lawo lo makhalekhukhwini. I-Vodacom-ke isebenzisa inombolo eziwu-14 kuphela zale AMI ukuthi isho-ke ukuthi lo makhalekhukhwini osetshenziswayo umuphi. Ngaphansi-ke kwe-IMEI number usho ukuthi indlela ebekwe ngayo ingale ndlela ukuthi okokuqala-ke iy'namba eziyisishiyagalombili eziqalayo zichaza ukuthi uhlobo olunjani nokuthi uyiphi imodeli esetshenziswayo. Ezilandelayo kwey'namba eziyisithupha zikhuluma ngokuthi inombolo nje ekuyi-serial number yayo leyo makhalekhukhwini. Inumber ke ezisalayo 15 no-16 no-17 kusho ukuthi lezi-ke ezisebenzisa-ke kusho ukuthi uhlobo-ke lwe-software olusetshenziswayo lapho lunjani.
Ma'am, are you still fine?
Yes, I'm fine. Call data generated, stored, and communicated by the computer system cannot be altered, manipulated, or tampered with by anyone while on the computer system. The manner in which the integrity of the call data is maintained is therefore reliable as contemplated in Section 15, Paragraph 3 of the Act.
Siyake manje-ke yonke idata evelayo negciniwe nethunyelwayo yile computer lekhulunywa ngayo ayikwazi ukuthi iguqulwe noma kube nendlela engashintshwa ngayo noma kube nongafuna ukuthi ayiguqule noma iyiphi indlela mise ngaphakathi kwale computer. Indlela ke yokuthi ke le computer lena igcine ikhuselekile ingaphansi ke komthetho oyilawulayo usection 15 3 yomthetho.
I hereby certify in terms of Section 15, Paragraph 4 of the Act, that the printout of the extract is a true copy of the original record of call data stored on the computer system of Vodacom and is therefore correct.
Ngiletha-ke manje-ke isiqiniseko sokuthi ngaphansi kwa-section 15.4 yomthetho ukuthi lokhu-ke okuprintiwe la kuyiqiniso yako lokhu okwathunyelwa kuyidatha evela emishinini yase-Vodacom and okusho ukuthi-ke uletha isiqiniseko sokuthi akuguquliwe konke kusingale ndlela okwathunyelwa ngayo.
Yes.
I know and understand the contents of this statement. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience, and it has been signed by me.
Sike hayi uthatha isifungo sokuthi konke lokhu okungaphakathi uyakuzwisisa nokuthi futhi-ke akanankinga ukuthi athathe isifungo and futhi nokuthi-ke uyasho ukuthi isifungo lesi ubonayo ukuthi siyambophezela unembesa wakhe wayeseke uyasayinda ngaphansi.
Was it also commissioned?
Yes.
Wathi isikomishiniwe futhi.
It was commissioned on the 16th of May,
Sakhomishwa
2024.
Sakhomishwa ngomhla 16 kuMeyi 2024.
Okay. On paragraph 11, you mentioned that is a Siemens switch as well as a Huawei switch. Can you clarify those two concepts?
It is technical, but these are two different platforms from where data is drawn.
Manje uthi-ke iSiemens neHuawei indawo ezimbili lapho-ke ukuthi uma kudingeka imininingwane noma ulwazi oluthize ila ukudonswa khona-ke lolwazi lukhishwe khona.
My Lord, can we take the short adjournment for 15 minutes before I move to the addendum?
Yeah, before you do that, who is this, because of the history of this case in this court? Who is this gentleman who is the commissioning officer?
It is Bradley Albert Smith, and
Right.
he is at Vodacom.
Is he still alive?
Yes, he is.
So that we can call him here.
Wathi kubanike lo commissioner statement wathi Bradley Smith was Vodacom usatholakala.
Okay, 15 minutes then.
Thank you for it. 1 January 2015.
The reason for that date is because the SIM card is still registered in the current owner,
So ngoba ke kunikwe leyo date le mhla 2015 ngoba isabhaliswe ngalo igama lalo umnini.
should that number not be used by this current user,
So uma ukuthi leyo number ngeke isetshenziswa yilo oyisebenzisa okwamanje
for a period of time.
kusho ukuthi ke ngesikhashana
In the case of a prepaid number,
mawukuthi kusetshenziswa emakhalekhukhwini oyi prepaid
the number then gets deleted after 3 months,
emva wenyanga ezintathu yasulwa le number.
and when the number is registered again on the new user,
Mawukuthi ke le number le khona umunyeko ayibhalisa futhi,
the new registration date will then reflect.
so i-registration entsha izofika.
And then what is the meaning of SIM start date?
The SIM start date is when the SIM card was inserted into the handset
Makukhulunywa ngelento ekuthiwa i-sim start date kusho ukuthi ilanga ke i-sim card eyafakwa kulo makhalekhukhwini
and began in use.
and futhi ke nokuthi yasetshenziswa nini.
Okay, let us go back to the addendum.
060-804-0436 belongs to Cello Twala, page 9 of 4649, and that case ID is 550713.
Kuthiwa le landelayo ke yi-0
Oh, certainly.
kuthiwa ke elandelayo ke u-060 804-0438 igama ke lomuntu esenzisayo ke uSilo Thwala.
Here you have the RICA information on page 9.
So le information ivela ku-ekhasini number 9.
First name Cello, surname Twala,
Igama ke uSilo, isibongo uThwala.
physical address 4 Helderberg Road, Glen Vista, Johannesburg.
So ke ibekwe ngekheli lase number 4 Helderberg Road, eGlen Vista, Johannesburg.
SIM start date 23 June 2014.
So uqala ukusetshenziswa kwale sim kwakumhla 23 June 2014.
Okay, the end date reflects the same, which could be an error.
Kusho ukuthi ke ugcina kwale number lena ikhombisa ke ukufana nale number nesuke yaqala ngayo kusho ukuthi ngaba kuyiphutha elikhona le.
The RICA start date is 23 June 2014,
Kusho kuqala ukusetshenziswa ngaphansi kwe-RICA mhla 23 June 2014.
and the end date is 1 January 2015.
So ke iyogcina ukusetshenziswa mhla 1 January 2015.
Thank you.
Following number is 071 437 9551, belonging to Senzo Meyiwa, page 13 of 4649, same case ID 550713.
So elandelayo ke inumber ewu-071 437 9551 esetshenziswa ke uSenzo Meyiwa engaphansi kwekhasi number 13 wamakhasi awu 4649.
On page 9, you will find that the first name is Senzo, surname Meyiwa.
So ke page 9 uzothola ukuthi igama uSenzo isibongo siMeyiwa.
Physical address states number 1 with no street.
Kuthiwa ke ikheli ke kubhalwe ngokuthi number 1 umgwaqo ubhaliwe.
Randburg, Johannesburg.
Joe ngaphansi kwe-Randburg eJohannesburg.
RECA start date is 31st March 2014.
Joe iRECA-ke iqala ngomhlaka 31st March 2014
and ends 1 January 2050.
and iphela-ke ngomhlaka 1 January 2050.
Please proceed.
Thereafter, there are locations of the above MSISDNs, which also means cell phone numbers, during the period 26th and 27th October
Right.
2014.
Ukuthi kuyavela-ke futhi nokuthi IMEI number esetshenziswa esetshenziswaneni ngo-October 2014.
Do we have copies of this pages? Page is that? Page 61. Okay, I'm on the same page. So if we look at page 61 or 361 of this bundle, we can see from the 26th of October at 17:20,
So siyabona ngomhlaka 26 October
the handset ending with 9551
Yes, kusho ukuthi-ke le nombolo eqala ngo-9551
was in the vicinity of Katlehong.
yayingesendaweni eyasekatlehong.
During the course of the 26th,
Ngalo-ke lolu suku lomhlaka 26
it moved from Katlehong to Spruitview,
yasuka endaweni yasekatlehong yaya ngase-Spruitview.
Parke, Spruitview. Towards the end of the page, you will see that at 21:41, it was still in Spruitview.
Thoke ngo-2141 kuyabonakala ukuthi yayisakhona endaweni yase-Spruitview.
If we move over to the next page,
Masekhasini elilandelayo
it starts at 21:42.
iqala ngesikhathi sika-2142
It starts off with being in Spruitview,
qala isendaweni yase-Spruitview
then moves on to Clinics Vosloorus. Clinics.
isuka-ke endaweni yase-Clinics ese-Vosloorus.
And then ends on the last page at 22:26, still being in Clinics Vosloorus.
Ifika-ke ngesikhathi sika-2242 is 22?
26.
26.
ise-2226 isekhona ngaphansi kwendawo yase-Clinics engase-Vosloorus.
Okay, we're still on the number ending 9551.
Sekuyona kule number ephela ngo-9551
On page 363 at 22:28,
ngesikhathi sika-2228 ngaphansi kwenumber 2363
the tower still reflects Clinics Vosloorus.
ithawa-ke isakhombisa lapho kuseyona clinics yase-Vosloorus.
Towards the middle of the page,
Masesiyaphakathi nendawo nekhasi
on the 27th of October
umsuku ka-27 kuya October
at 10:01,
ngesikhathi sika-1001
The tower then changed to Wanningberg.
So i-tower ke yashintsha ke lapho ke isiba Wannenberg.
Towards the end of the page,
Masisiyasekugcineni ke wekhasi
at 1232,
sikhathi kwaku-1232
it reflects on a CF, which is voicemail,
iyakhombisa ukuthi iku-CF okuphume ukuthi kwakuyi-voicemail.
and that's an undefined tower.
Manje ke ayikho ke ithawa ekwazi ukubonakala lapha kuthiwa ithawa engachazeki.
We are then on page 364.
Masisekhasini 364
We are still on cell phone number ending 9551.
sisekuyona le number ephela ngo-9551
At 1337,
isikhathi u-1337
Burton Park Tower is then picked up.
so iyabonakala lapho isithintana ne-Beckenberg Tower
Throughout the 27th,
lonke kusuku lukamhla 27
you will see that Burton Tower
zobonakala lapho ukuthi i-Burton Tower
.667.
siya ekhasini ke u-667
We then, okay, this is not one of the numbers on the list, but I will read it out.
akuyona ke enye yezinombolo ezilakulelo hlelo esinalo kodwa ke ngiyifuna
The number ending 2498
Number egcina ngo-2498
starts at 1125,
iqala ngo-1125
and that area reflects Lefter and Vrede.
leyo number-ke ikhombisa uLefter noVrede.
Towards the middle of the page at 1326,
Mase siya ngesikhathi-ke siya-1326 maphakathi nendawo nje nalelo khasi
the Sunning Hill Park towers picked up.
i-tower yase-Sunning Hill Park iyabona ukuthi iyaqhunywana nayo
At 1408,
ngesikhathi esika-1408
Maritzburg towers picked up.
etholakalayo itower eMaritzburg.
At 1432,
Ngesikhathi esika-1432
Dobsonville South is picked up.
kutholakala-ke itower yasedobsonville south.
At 1716,
Ngesikhathi-ke sika-1716
it's Parquet Tower.
itholakala-ke endaweni yase-Parquet Tower.
And on that page at 2152,
khona indlela khasi ngo-2152
it ends up with the Mololeki Tower being picked up.
igcina-ke iqhumana netower ekuthiwa umuleleki.
We are still on number ending 2498.
Sisakuyona-ke le number lena egcina ngo-2498
The following page is 1188.
ikhasi-ke silibhekayo u-1188
This is GPRS data.
lapha-ke sithola-ke imininingwane ye-GPRS
It starts at 1526
iqala ngesikhathi ka-1526
with Lefter and Vrede.
lapha kule tower ekuthiwa i-Lefter and Vrede.
Multiple towers are picked up. I will read them along the way.
Tower-ke maningi aqhumanayo nale foni uzowafundela ukuqhubeka.
1629 rifle range.
Ngo-1629 ise-rifle range.
1809 Rosettenville West.
Ngo-1809 ise-Rosettenville West.
1934 East Cliff.
1924 East Cliff.
Right until 2030 it's East Cliff.
Siyofika ku-2020 East Cliff.
2034 Allen Manor.
Ngo-2034 ise-Allan Manor.
2050 Meadowlands East. 2050.
Ngo-2050 ise-Meadowlands East.
2300 hours to Bang.
Ngo-2300 ise-Thabang.
Okay, then we're back on the 26th at 1125 Lefter and Vrede.
Ngo-1125 ngomhla 26 ise-Lefter and Vrede.
At 1630 it reflects Ipolekeng Primary.
Manje ngo-1630 ikhombisa i-primary school ekuthiwa iPulukeng.
At 1726 Spruitview.
Ngo-1726 bonisa ise-Spruitview.
At 1805 we have an undefined.
Ngo-1805 khona la kune-tower engakwazi ukuchazeka.
1916 it's still Spruitview.
Ngo-1916 ise-Spruitview futhi.
The page ends with 2152 Mololeki.
Manje ikhasi-ke leli liphela ngo-2152 isavesa umleleki.
We have found the GPRS 49551, which is at the back.
Sitholeke i-GPRS 9551 ibingasemuva.
Okay, that reflects on page 1559.
Ithola ekhasini 1559.
At 1952, it starts off with Spruitview.
Isikhathi esinani sa-1952 iqala ngokuba endaweni ese-Spruitview.
Right to the end of the page at 2025, it still reflects as straight view.
Uyogcina uyofika ekugcineni kwekhasi lakho ngesikhathi se-2025 isekhona endaweni yase-split view.
Page 1560
Page 1560
at 2025 reflects straight view.
ngesikhathi se-2025 isakhombisa yona i-split view.
It ends at 2033 with being straight view as well.
Iphelela futhi ngo-2033 isekhona endaweni yase-split view.
Page 1561
Siya ekhasini u-1561
starts at 2033.
uqala ke-2033
It reflects straight view.
ikhombisa-ke sendaweni yase-split view.
At 2045, towards the end of the page, it still reflects as straight view.
Ngasekugcineni kwekhasi-ke ngesikhathi sika-2045 isakhombisa isesendaweni yase-split view.
Page 1562,
Masisiya ekhasini i-1562
we are still on the number ending 9551.
sisekuyona le number egcina ngo-9551.
GPRS data reflects 2045 straight view.
Ngesikhathi sika-2045 i-GPRS ikhombisa isesendaweni yase-split view.
Towards the middle bottom of the page, at 2100 hours,
Ngo-2100 ushuthi ngo-9
it reflects phosphorus,
ikhombisa uphosphorus
GSMT 01.
i-GSMT001.
At the same time, a few seconds later, it reflects straight view again.
Manje-ke uma kusendukudlula nje imizuzwana ikhombisa ise-straight view futhi.
At 2107,
Isikhathi se-2107
okay.
isendaweni yaseParkhead.
2108 straight view,
Ngesikhathi 2108 ithi straight view futhi.
and it ends at straight view at 2108.
Igcina ngayo-ke lo 2108 isesendaweni yase-straight view.
On page 1563, we start at 2108 straight view,
Ngekhasini 2163 isekhona ngo-2108 endaweni yase-split view.
there are no changes on this page. At 2116, it ends at straight view.
Igcina-ke ngo-2116 isekhona endaweni yase-split view.
Page 1564,
Esikhathini-ke u-1564
we start off at 2116
siqala-ke siku-2116 isikhathi
straight view.
se-split view.
There are also no changes on there. At 2132, it ends with straight view.
Akukho kushintsho olwenzekileyo-ke kuyofika isikhathi sika-2132 isekhona lapho endaweni yase-split view.
We are still on 9551 GPRS data.
Siseqhubeka ngokuba ngaphansi kwe-GPRS data kule number 9551.
At 2137, we begin with an undefined tower.
Manje ngo-2137 siqala-ke ngale tower-ke engachazeki.
At 2137, a few seconds later, it reflects as straight view.
Imizuzwana-ke nje imbalwa isidlulile isakhombisa ukuthi isese-split view.
2138, Parquet.
Manje i-2138 isithi Parkhead.
2138, a few seconds later, it reverts to straight view.
Ngo-2138 isekudlula imizuzwana nje isithi straight view futhi.
At 2144, it reflects Parquet again.
Ngo-2144 iyakhombisa ukuthi ithi Parkhead futhi.
Just
Thereafter,
on that page, sorry to interrupt. Just on this page, can you tell the court what does APN represent?
APN is an access point network.
Manje APN ichaza ukuthi access point network.
Can you elaborate more?
This actually allows you to connect to a server in order to get internet connection.
Manje uthi lokho kukhombisa ukuthi uxhumana ne-server ekwazi ukuthi ungene ku-internet.
Can you also explain what is GPRS?
GPRS is anything that's internet related.
i-GPRS ilokhu kuhambelana ne-internet.
So if you're on Facebook, WhatsApp, reading the newspaper, you would then need a connection, and your APN connects you to access that.
Manje-ke uma ufunda-ke okuthize ku-internet ipheni ekuxhumanisa-ke naloko okufundayo.
And then on the third last column, where it's written volume in bytes, what does that represent?
Manje volume in bytes uchaza ukuthini?
That's if you've downloaded any information,
Uma kukhona-ke
uploaded or downloaded
uma ukhona
information.
okufakile ku-internet noma okudownloadile ku-internet ilokhu kuchazayo ukuthi yini-ke lento ekuthiwa i-volume in bytes.
Can you also place on record the volume in bytes on 26 October at 21:40?
$21.40. 2953, 2,953 bytes.
Kuthiwa kwama-bytes asetshenziswe 1,953.
And then what does 0 represent in the third last column, volume in bytes?
That could represent just viewing without doing any downloads.
Manje ku-0-ke lo uchaza ukuthi hhayi ukubheka nje umuntu ebhekile ku-internet kodwa kungekho lutho aludownloadayo.
Proceed.
Okay. So we will then move on to page 365. There hasn't been much change in the tower. It's between Spruit View and Parquet.
Kuthiwa-ke uma siya ku-page 365 akho shintsho olukhona kule tower esetshenziswayo iphakathi nje kwe-Spruit View ne-Parquet.
So on page 1566,
Ekhasini 1566
we start on page on the top at 2146.
masiqala ngesikhathi sika-2146
It reflects a Spruit View.
ngikhombisa ukuthi se-Spruit View.
Thereafter, a few seconds later, it moves to Phosphorus.
Emva kwemizuzwana nje imbalwa iyadlula iya endaweni yase-Phosphorus.
At 2147, we see Phosphorus North.
Ngo-2147 ikhombisa isendaweni yase-Phosphorus North.
2149, we see Igologolo.
Ngo-2145 ikhombisa endaweni se-Igologolo.
Okay. Just on that point, can you tell the court what does PDP address represent?
Thini-ke le address ekuthiwa yi-PDP?
Okay, that's your your IP address, your
So-
internet protocol address.
Kuthiwa-ke lokho kukhombisa i-internet protocol address.
Let's proceed.
Okay, 2151, it reflects Phosphorus North.
Ngo-2151 ikhombisa ise-Phosphorus North.
2155, it then moves on to Clinics Phosphorus.
Manje 2155 ikhombisa isigudlukile ya endaweni yase-clinics e-Phosphorus.
2156, Phosphorus Square.
Manje-ke ngesikhathi ka-2156 isukile-ke ngase-Phosphorus Square.
Okay. And then what was downloaded there in bytes?
Yini kwadownloadwa lapho?
1199.
Kuthiwa-ke kudownloadwe ama-bytes awu-1199.
At 2156, It reflects clinics phosphorus.
Ngo-2156 ibonakala isendaweni se-clinics for phosphorus.
At 2159, it then reflects phosphorus square.
Ngo-2159 ibonakala ise-phosphorus square.
And the page ends at 2159
ikhasi-ke lelo liphelela esikhathini sika-2159
with clinics phosphorus.
sisendaweni yase-clinics phosphorus.
Can you just place on the record how many bytes were downloaded on the 26th of October at 21:59?
9,488 bytes.
So amabhayithi-ke adownloadwa ngaleso sikhathi ngesikhathi sika-2159 9,488.
Okay. If you're able to do it, or you can do it later, are you able to quantify how much data was downloaded on this column 3?
We are not able to tell. If you want the calculation of the entire page, we then have to calculate it up front. But there's no way of knowing exactly how much and what was downloaded.
Okay, sibenalwazi lokuthi kwakudownloadwa ini futhi engakanani ngaphandle kokuthi kuhlale phansi kuhlaziwe ukuthi ayingakanani.
We then move on to page 1567.
Siyake ekhasini 1567
At 2159,
isikhathi ngo-2159
it starts off with clinics phosphorus.
qala-ke endaweni yase-clinics se-phosphorus.
A few seconds later, it reflects as Bopang Kotsi.
Ngaleso sikhathi-ke ikhombisa isendaweni ekuthiwa ibupang khotso.
Then it moves on a few seconds later to clinics phosphorus.
Emva kwemizuzwana nje iyasuka lapho iya e-clinics phosphorus.
Okay. Anything downloaded?
Khona yini okwadownloadwa lapho?
At 2159, 8,680 bytes reflecting.
Okubonakalayo lapha ku-8,680 bytes.
What I want to understand now, so much bytes, is it something that is running on the background of the phone, or someone who is actively using the phone? Are you able to tell?
Ngathi uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi into ezenzekelayo nje efonini ingathintwa muntu noma kukhona-ke omuntu ozama ukwenza okuthize.
We uncertain and we can't confirm for sure. It could be anything that could be updating or someone streaming or downloading.
Ngathi akukho indlela ongakwazi ukuthi kwaziwe ukuthi kulethu isiqiniseko sokuthi ukhona yini umuntu owayenza okuthize noma kwakukhona into nje eyayisi-update ngaleso sikhathi.
At 2200 hours,
Isikhathi sika-2200
it reflects as a phosphorus square.
ibonakala isendaweni yase-phosphorus square.
Okay, go down to 2206.
Asiyeke esikhathini ka-2206
Bopang Khotso.
isendaweni ekuthiwa ibupang khotso.
It then moves back to clinics phosphorus.
Yasuka futhi-ke iya e-clinics phosphorus.
Towards the bottom at 2210.
Mase singasekugcineni isikhathi kwaku-2210
It still reflects clinics phosphorus.
saqhubeka ithi-ke isendaweni yase-clinics se-phosphorus.
Okay, before we proceed to the next column, what does duration represent?
Duration is reflects the time that it has taken to download or view or send your WhatsApp messages. That's basically the time that you've spent.
Duration ekazi ukuthi isikhathi ke sisetshenzisiwe mhlawumbe ukwenza noma udownload noma ukwenza okunye efonini.
And then what does ECI represent?
U-ECI yena usho ukuthini?
ECI is a code referred to towers.
Manje u-ECI ukhuluma ngekhodi ke ekhuluma ngama-tower.
So just for clarification, each and every code has a tower, has its own ECI code.
Yes.
Ukuthi tower ne-tower ine-ECI code yayo.
How far are the following towers apart from each other? Clinics, first floors, as well as first floors square.
Offhand, I cannot tell you, but by looking at the data, I would say close proximity.
Manje ke agqigqene kangakanani ke lama-tower e-clinics ne-first floor square athi angeke ngikwazi ukusho kodwa ke bonakala sengathi aseduze.
Yes.
So if we look at the bottom of the page,
Ngasekugcineni kwekhasi
it reflects the 27th of October 2014
ukhuluma ngosuku lomhla 27 ku-October 2014.
at 3:20 in the morning. It reflects Phosphorus Square.
Ngesikhathi ka-3:20 ekuseni ikhombisa ukuthi ayisendaweni yase-Phosphorus Square.
It goes on until the end of the page at 3:27.
Ya-ke ngasekugcineni kwepage ngesikhathi ka-3:27.
Okay. And what was the duration there?
The duration was 4:38 seconds.
Athi kwaba imizuzwana amashumi amathathu nesishiyagalombili.
And at the bottom of the page, the last entry, can you place it on record?
27th October at 3:27. It reflects as Phosphorus Square.
Athi ngo-3:27 mhla 27 ku-October ikhombisa isendaweni yase-Phosphorus Square.
Next page.
Page 1568
Manje-ke siya ekhasini 1568
starts off at 3:28. Square.
sakhombisa i-Phosphorus Square.
At 4:34,
Isikhathi sika-4:34
it reflects as Elands Park.
ikhombisa-ke isendaweni yase-Elands Park.
4:35,
Isikhathi sika-4:35
Driehoek.
isendaweni yase-Driehoek.
5:35,
Isikhathi u-5:35
Sour Street.
ise-Sour Street.
5:35, a few seconds later,
Emva kwamazuzwana nje ngesikhathi sika-5:35 futhi
Joburg West Street.
ise-Joburg emgwaqweni kuthiwa West Street.
It then moves on to Sour Street at 6:15.
Ngo-6:15 iyabonakala iya endaweni yase-Sour Street.
At 7:21, West Street again.
Ngesikhathi se-7:21 iyaphindela futhi iyabonakala isendaweni yase-West Street.
At 8:57,
Isikhathi ka-8:57
the page ends off with Sour Street.
ikhasi ligcina isendaweni yase-Sour.
On page 1569,
Ikhasi-ke u-1569
it starts at 8:57,
kala ngo-8:57
Sour Street,
se-Sour Street
and 9 ends with 9:17 at Sour Street.
phelela ngo-9:17 sesekhona endaweni yase-Sour Street.
And that's the end of the transactions.
athi ke kuphelela ke kwaloko kwakwenzeka kuleyo foni.
Let's go back to the beginning of the addendum. Number starting with 082.
The next number is 082 704 4358.
Number ke elandelayo 082704 4398.
Page 1650.
Ikhasi 1650.
The transactions start at the top of the page for the 24th of October at 1852.
Isikhathi ke 1852 elanga umhla ka 24 October.
The area tower picked up is Glen Ander
Ithawa ke ithola lapho kulenanda
at 1138 Melrose.
1138 ibonakala isendaweni yaseMelrose.
1911 Melrose and
Isikhathi ka 1911 ibonakala isendaweni yaseMelrose.
1918 Wanderers,
1918 ibonakala isendaweni yaseWanderers.
1936 Prelude Street.
Which street?
Prelude.
Isikhathi esika 1936 isemgwaqweni okuthiwa uPrelude Street.
2126 Spruit View.
Ngo-2126 ibonakala iqhumaka itholakala endaweni yaseSpirit View.
2128 Gardenville.
Ngo-2128 isendaweni yaseGarden Bay.
2247
Isikhathi sika 2247
Lefte and Vrede.
isendaweni yangase-Left and Vrede.
We then move on to the middle of the page, which is the 25th of October
Uma sisiyaphakathi nekhasi sifika la umhla wa 25 October.
at 10:31.
Isikhathi u-10:31
It's Wanderers,
So
Protea
Wanderers.
Hills,
and what?
Protea Hill.
Ngaseprotea Hills.
On the same day, 25th at 15:06, it's Lefte and Vrede.
Ngo-1506 ingasendaweni yase-Left and Vrede.
We then have undefined at 14:07 on the 26th of October.
Ngo-1407 sibona lapha kungachazeki ukuthi iqhubene nayiphi ikuyiphi indawo.
Just before the undefined, where it says no sell ID in ticket, what does that mean?
It means that it was on voicemail. It could be that there was no signal or the phone was switched off during that time.
So lapho ke chaza khona ukuthi no ID chaza ukuthi mhlambe biku voicemail noma ke yayingaqhumene nalutho.
As you can see from 14:07 right towards the end of the page at 23:32, the phone was on voicemail and there were no towers identified.
Kusukela ngo-1407 kuyofika lapha ku-2032 kuyabonakala ukuthi le foni yayiku voicemail kusho ukuthi akukho mathawa ke axhumana nayo.
Okay. From 1407 right at the end of the page, where it's supposed to capture the IMEI number, it's blank. Can you explain that?
Yes, because it was on voicemail, it could not be identified.
Ngoba yayiku voicemail ungayikwazi ukuyichaza ke i-IMEI number.
just for the sake of the record, and then what does CF mean?
CF is call forwarding, which indicates voicemail.
Manje uCF lo uchaza ukuthi call forwarding okhuluma ukuthi i-voicemail.
We then move on to the next page.
Siyake ekhasini elilandelayo.
We're still on number ending 4358.
Sisekuyona le number egcina ngo-4358.
We start on the 26th of October at 23:38.
Siqala ngomhla 26 October ngo-2348.
The cell phone's still on CF and there's no defined tower.
Ifoni lena itholakala iseku-CF okusho ukuthi-ke akukho tower exhumana nayo.
Throughout the page, right to the end on the 27th at 08:46, it remains on CF.
Le foni-ke ihlala iseku-CF ukuyofikela ngomhla 27 ngesikhathi sika-8:46.
We move over to the next page.
Ya-ke ekhasini elilandelayo.
Before you move to the next page, just on page 650, can you place on record the information on at 1050?
At 10:50 on the 25th of October 2024, an SMS was received.
Kuthiwa ngo-10:50 ngomhla 25 ku-October kwatholakala i-SMS eyamukela.
And then information appearing at 15:22 and 46.
Fifteen 22.
No, my apologies, 15:12.
Yes. At 15:12 on the 25th as well, an SMS was received.
Ngo-15:12 kwatholakala i-SMS futhi.
We can proceed to the next page.
So on page 1652, it also reflects as voicemail from 8:55 right until 15:25 on the 27th of October, and no towers could be identified there.
So-ke kusuka ngesikhathi sika-15:22 kwatholakala i-voicemail ngo-8:55 kuyofika ngo-15:25 kungumhla ka-27 October akukho lutho olubonakala ukuthi lwatholakala.
Just still on that page, on the 27th of October 2014 at 9:21 and 22, I see there's a call duration of 45 seconds. What does that 45 seconds represent?
At what time?
9:21.
9:21. 45 seconds. That could be the number that called left a voicemail message.
So ngobonakala u-45 wemizuzwana lapho ngokuyinamba efonile yafika yashiya umlayezo.
Yes. Proceed to the next page.
Ngayo ekhasini elilandelayo.
1653 is forward voicemail from 15:39 right until 20:36. Up to 20:36.
Ukusuka ngo-15:39 kuyofikela ku-20:36. Iyayicinyiwe ifoni.
The two top transaction reflects the last of the AMA data. It starts at 21:25 and ends at 21:52. It was still on voicemail with no towers identified.
So kusuka ngo-21:25 kuyofika ngo-21:52 yayisekuvoicemail kwakungekho mathawa exhumana nayo.
We then move on to the GPRS data. Still on 4358.
Sisekuyona ke le number u4358 kuyobhekwa i-GPS data yayo.
If we move on to page 2184,
Siya ku page 2184.
my apologies, there's no GPRS for October on page 1654.
Akho GPRS ebonakalayo ke ngalelo langa.
If we move on to the next page, which is 2184,
Masibuya ke ku casting 2184.
there's data for the 26th of October
So ke khona i-data engomhla 26 October.
on number ending 0436.
Kumelana nenumber egcina ngo-0436.
We start off with the first transaction on the 26th at 7:52.
Qala ngomhla 26 isikhathi wa-7:52.
An SMS was sent
Thunyelwe ke SMS
to the number ending 6669,
ithunyelwa kule number ke egcina ngo-669.
and the tower picked up was Mulbarton.
And ithawa ke esetshenziswa lapho ithawa ekuthiwa Melbarton.
At 8:49,
Isikhathi sa-8:49
an SMS was sent out,
thumela ke SMS
and that area picked up was Glen Vista High.
and ke lapho ke indawo kwakuyindawo yase-Glen Vista High.
It remains as Glen Vista until 9:11.
Ihlala ke i-Glen Vista kuyofika isikhathi sika-9/11.
At 9:25,
Ngo-9:25 ke
it then reflects as Mulbarton.
ivela njengo-Melbarton.
It reflects as Mulbarton right until 9:30.
Kuze kuyofika u-9:30 sakhombisa yena uMelbarton.
Thereafter, at 9:35, it's Glen Vista High.
Ngo-9:35 ikhombisa uGlen Vista High.
9:37, Camaro Road.
What's the time?
9:37.
Ngo-9:37 iku-Komaro Road.
At 9:50, Boysons.
Ngo-9:50 ithi Boysen.
10:26, Basonia.
Ngo-10:26 ikhombisa endaweni yaseBasonia.
Whilst on this page, can you clarify what is USSD?
A USSD is a stream. You generally use this stream to buy airtime or top up your airtime, or it is an internet related transaction.
So u-USSD ke ukhombisa ke indlela ukuthi othenga ngayo i-airtime kwe-internet.
Can I proceed to the next page?
On page 2185, it starts off at 10:30 with an undefined tower.
So iqala ngo-10:30 lapha ku-page 2185 la ikhombisa khona ukuthi itower ayikwazi ukubonakala.
10:59 picks up Soot Doring Circle.
Jordan
Soot.
oh itower ke etholakalayo ngalesi sikhathi iJordan Soot.
We then have undefined until 11:16.
Uyofika ngo-11:16 sibona lapha kungena tower ekwazi ukuthi itholakale.
We then start again at 11:17.
Siqala futhi ngo-11:17
Soot Doring Circle.
yabonakala ukuthi se-Victorian Circle.
At 11:37 we pick up Kumaro.
11:37 sithola futhi Komaro.
At 11:40 we pick up Rand Water.
11:40 bonakala i-Rand Water.
At 11:53 Mulbarton.
1153 Melburton.
1159 Basonia.
1159 iti Basonia.
We then move at 1541 and Long Claw is picked up.
Sidlulela manje ku 1141 lapha ithola khona i-Long Claw.
At 1542 Basonia.
1542 ibonakala esendaweni yaseBasonia.
1546 Rand Water.
1546 iti Rand Water.
At 1722 it's Basonia.
1722 iti Basonia.
And it ends at 1725 with Rand Water.
Igcina-ke ku-1725 nge-Rand Water.
We then move over to the next page.
Ngidlula ekhasini elilandelayo.
We start off at 1727.
Qala isikhathi sika-1727.
It's undefined until 1857.
Akukho la ichazela khona ukwazi ukubonakala ukuthi kuphi until izofika isikhathi ka-1827.
At 2101, we then have Bopang Khotso.
So manje ngo-1821 kuyabonakala ukuthi 21
2101.
ngesikhathi sika-2101 isendaweni ekuthiwa iBupankgotso.
2105, Clinics Phosphorus.
Ngo-2105 isendaweni ese-Clinics Phosphorus.
At 2317, we have Phosphorus North.
2317 isendaweni ese-Phosphorus North.
2319, we have Spruit View.
2319 se-Spruit View.
2326, Parkhead.
Ngo-2326 isendaweni ese-Parkhead.
2331 until 0043, Spruit View.
Ngo-2331 iyofika lapha ethi 0043 sesendaweni ese-Spruit View.
We then have the 27th at 713 up till 834, undefined.
Ukusuka ngo-7 13 iyofika ngo-824 ngomhla 27 akuchaze ukuthi ngabi la.
If we move on to the next page,
Mase sidlula ekhasini elilandelayo.
on the 27th at 9:02,
Ngomhla 27 isikhathi ko-09:02
we start off with no identified tower
qala-ke kungekena-tower ebonakalayo.
right until 9:37.
Kuhambe kuze kuyofika u-9:37.
Thereafter, at 10:52, we pick up Sour Street.
Ngo-10:52 kuyabonakala kutholakala umgwaqo uSour Street.
At 13:17, we pick up Brixton Saps.
Nge-1917 kuyabonakala lapha kuvela isiphoyisa saseBrixton.
That is up to 1425, where Brixton Saps is still picked up.
Kuyofika ku-1425 kusabonakala isiphoyisa saseBrixton.
From 1454 right to the end of the page, there is no tower, no transactions.
Kusukela ngo-1454 ukuyofika ekugcineni akubonakali i-tower nokuthi akubonakali lutho olwenzekayo efonini.
We turn over to page 2187.
Siyasuka ekhasini 2187.
We start at 9:02
Qala ngo-9:02 ekuseni.
with an unidentified tower.
Akukho tower exhunyana nayo.
That's up to 9:37.
Kusho ukuthi lo uhlala konjalo kuyoba isikhathi sika-9:37.
At 10:52, we then pick up South Street.
ngo-1052 ke kubonakala lapha umgwaqo kuthiwa South Street.
Oh, I think I did read this, but nevertheless.
Come
We
again?
end up at 1425 with Brixton Saps.
ngo-1425 yobonakala futhi ukuthi kutholakala uBrixton Sebs.
I don't have page number 21, the page that the witness has just mentioned now, so I can't follow it. She said it's page number 21,
2187.
2187.
Yes.
She mentioned that. No, I do have it, but I think she mentioned another number which is not 2187.
Now, she did not mention any other number. Did you mention any other number?
No.
I'm listening. She did not. She said 2187. As she's talking, I'm writing freehand. Not even consulting what she has there. Okay, continue, ma'am.
We then move on to the next page.
Siyake ekhasini elilandelayo
4629.
i-4629
And this is where we will see the GPRS data.
yila sothola-ke i-GPRS data khona.
We start at 1946 with an undefined area.
Qala-ke ngo-1946 la engekho-ke incazelo ukuthi ilaphi.
1947 reflects straight view.
I-1947 ikhombisa i-straight view.
We see straight view right until 1958.
Kuze kuyofika lapho ku-1958 kusabonakala yona i-straight view.
At 1958, a few seconds later, we see Phosphorus.
Ngo-1958 kusandokudlula imizuzwana nje kutholakala i-straight.
From 1958, a few seconds after that, right until the end of the page, we have straight view.
From 1958 kuyofika ekupheleleni kwekhasi sakhombisa yona i-straight view.
If we turn over to page 4630,
Masiye ekhasini 4630
we're still on the 26th
sekhona-ke ngomhla 26
at 2002.
sikhathi 2002.
We begin with an undefined.
Qala-ke kungena kubonakala ukuthi ilaphi.
At 2003, we get straight view.
2003 kubonakala i-straight view.
2016, Phosphorus.
Ngo-2016 i-phosphorus.
2017, straight view.
Ngo-2017 straight view.
Until the end of the page of 2035.
Kuze kuyofika ekugcineni kwekhasi 2035.
On the next
Before we
page,
proceed, my lord, can I request that we take the long adjournment at this stage before we move to the next page? The time is 12:57.
Okay, 2 o'clock then.
So we then start on page 4631.
4631.
31. We are still on the date of 26th October 2014.
Siqala ekhasini 4631 sisekhona mhla 26 of October 2014.
We start with the activity at 2035,
Siqala ngesikhathi sika 2035.
and the tower identified is straight view.
Ithawa ke eboniwe lapho i-gate view.
At 2036,
Ngo-2036
we then see parquet.
so sibona ke i-tower lena ekuthiwa uParquet.
2042 straight view. 42.
Ngesikhathi ke sa-2042 straight view.
2043 parquet.
2043 Parquet.
A few seconds later at 2043 it's straight view.
Futhi ke imizuzwana elandelayo ngaso sona isikhathi sa-2043 i-straight view.
2044 parquet.
2044 iParquet.
We then look at 2046.
Bese sibheka u-2046
It reflects as Phosphorus North.
ibonakala lapho iwu-Phosphorus North.
At 2047 straight view.
Ngesikhathi sa-2047 it is straight view.
And 2049 we end up with parquet.
And ngo-2049 siphelela ngeParquet.
We then move on to page 4632.
Bese siya ekhasini u-4632.
We're still on the 26th of October.
Umhla 26 October.
We start off at 2049
Siqala ngesikhathi sika-2049
and we get a parquet.
sisathola yena uParquet.
We move a little down to 2050, which is straight view.
Siyahla ke kancane siya ku-2050 seku-straight view.
Thereafter, a few seconds later, it's parquet.
Emva komsuswana sekuwuParquet futhi.
We then go to 2052 and pick up straight view.
Siya lapha ku-2052 kutholakala u-straight view.
2055 Phosphorus North.
2055 uPhosphorus North.
At 2059, we get clinics Phosphorus.
Ngo-2059 sitholakala uClinics ePhosphorus.
We then end on 2059 at clinics Phosphorus.
Gcina-ke ngo-2059 ise-clinics esePhosphorus.
If we move on to 4633, the next page,
Uma siya ke ku-page 4633 ikhasi elilandelayo.
at 2059, we start with Phosphorus Square.
Ngesikhathi ka-2059 thola esePhosphorus Square.
2059, a few seconds later, clinics Phosphorus.
Imizuzwana elandelayo imbalwa sitholakala ese-clinics Phosphorus.
At 2101,
Isikhathi sika-2101
we see Bopang Khotso.
sibona ibupangkhotso.
Thereafter, at 2001, a few seconds later, it's clinics Phosphorus.
Ngathi isikhathi esilandela 2001 sise-Phosphorus.
From then until 2107, we are at clinics
Kusukela
Phosphorus.
ngaleso sikhathi kuyofika 2107 se-clinics Phosphorus.
2124 at Bopang Khotso.
2124 kubonakala sebupangkhotso.
And we end at 2028 with clinics Phosphorus.
Siphelela ngo-2028 e-clinics Phosphorus.
If we move on to the next page, which is
Mase ekhasini
4634,
elilandelayo u-4634
we begin at 2128.
siqala ngesikhathi sika-2128
We have clinics Phosphorus,
sine-clinics ePhosphorus.
thereafter Phosphorus Square.
Emva kwalokho-ke Phosphorus Square.
We then go to the end of the page,
siya ke emaphethelweni alelo khasi
2216.
sikhathi 2216
It changes to Popang Khotso.
yaguquka lapho ke sekuba ipangkhotso.
On this page, it moves between Phosphorus Square, Clinics Phosphorus, and therefore I went to the bottom of the page.
ngale phakathi ke lana lapho isuka ephosphorus square ne-clinics esephosphorus yikho nje ngiye ekugcineni kwepage.
We then move on to 4635.
siya ke ku-4635
Our first activity there is 2216.
isikhathi esiqala ngaso is 2216
The tower picked up is Clinics Phosphorus.
ithawa ke esiyibambayo lapho i-clinics phosphorus
2301 Popang Khotso.
ngesikhathi ka-2301 ibupangkhotso.
At 2303, we pick up Mapleton.
ngesikhathi sika-2303 ithawa ebanjwayo i-mapleton
2305 Phosphorus Square.
ngesikhathi ka-2305 i-phosphorus square
And we end with Phosphorus Square
sigcina lapho nge-phosphorus square
with Clinics Phosphorus in between.
sigcine ke phakathi nendawo kungene i-phosphorus clinic phakathi nendawo.
We then move on to page 4636.
siya ke ekhasini 4636
We are on the same date, 26th October.
sisaya kulona-ke lolo suku likamhla ka-26 October.
We start with Clinics Phosphorus at 2307.
siqala ke ngo-2307 kusese-clinic se-phosphorus
Thereafter, Phosphorus Square.
emva kwaloko ke seyi-phosphorus square
Back to Clinics Phosphorus.
buyele futhi e-clinics phosphorus
Towards the middle of the page at
masishama phakathi nendawo nekhasi
2322,
sikhathi 23
22, we then have Sprite View.
sithola ke straight view
2323 Parker.
2323 Parker
2325 Parker.
2325 Parker
2327 we end with Sprite View.
2327 sigcina nge-straight view.
We move on to page 4637.
siya ke ekhasini 4637
We begin at 2328.
siqala ke ngesikhathi sika-2328
We get Sprite View again.
sithola i-straight view futhi
Sprite View goes right until 2338, which is the end of the page.
i-straight view siyaqhubeka sizofika 2338 la isemaphethelweni alelo khasi.
We move over to page 4638,
siya ke ekhasini 4638
still on GPRS data.
sisakhuluma ngayo i-GPRS data
2338 Sprite View.
2338 ise-straight view.
We then end at 2347 at Sprite View.
sigcina ke ngo-2347 sise-straight view.
This entire page has the same cell name, which
No.
is Sprite View.
lonke ke leli khasi libonakala linekhawa eyodwa nje i-straight view.
Moving on to page 4639.
siya ke ku-4639
At 2347 Sprite View,
ku-2347 sibona i-straight view.
2349 we have an undefined.
ku-2349 akukho lutho oluchazekayo.
We then end at 2356 at Sprite View again.
sigcina ke futhi ke ngesikhathi sika-2356 e-straight view futhi.
This page also has Sprite View as the cell name.
futhi ke naleli khasi leli lithi khuluma nge-straight view kuyindawo egcina kuyona.
Page 4640.
Siya ke ekhasini 4640.
We begin with 2358.
Siqala ngo-2358.
Parquet.
Sephakhe.
It then moves on to Sprayed View.
Siyadlula ke i-spread view.
We have an undefined on 2359 and 0001.
Kusuka ngesikhathi ka-2359 kuyofika 0001 lapho ke akunancazelo ebonisayo ukuthi kukuphi.
A few seconds later, on the 27th, 0001, we pick up Sprayed View.
Mhla 27 ke emva kwemizuzwana nje sibona i-spread view.
Until 0008, the end of the page, Sprayed View.
Spread view sihamba sizofika ekugcineni kwekhasi isikhathi ku-0008.
We then turn over to 4641.
Bese ke siya ekhasini 4641.
We start on the 27th at 0008.
Siqala ngomhla 27 ngo-008.
We get Sprayed View as the cell name.
Sithola ke i-cell ethi spread view.
We have two undefines at 0009.
Sinalapho ke kungenancazelo khona kusuka ngo-0009
And 0011.
kuyofika ku-0011.
We end the page at 0016 with Parquet.
I-page liphelela ngo-0016 endaweni ke kuthiwa iphakhe.
4642 begins on the 27th of October at 0016.
U-4640 uqale ngo-0016.
We've identified Sprayed View.
Sibona ke lapho indawo ese-spread view.
Between Sprayed View and Parquet,
Phakathi kwe-spread view nephakhe
that reflects on this page.
evela kuleli khasi.
And we end up at 0028 with Sprayed View.
Fika ku-0028 ise-spread view.
Moving on to page 4643.
Siye ke ekhasini 4643.
We start at 0028.
Qala ngo-0028.
We get Sprayed View.
Sithola i-spread view.
0029.
Nge-0029
Parquet.
sithola iphakhe.
It then goes back to Sprayed View at 0030.
Ngo-0030 kuyila spread view.
0032 Parquet.
Esi-0032 iphakhe.
And we end up at 0038 Parquet at the end of the page.
Ekugcineni kwepheji ke sigcina ngo-0038 isephakhe.
This page consists of two towers, movement between Parquet and Sprayed View.
Leli khasi leli likhuluma ngokusuka ngomnyakazo phakathi kwe-spread view nephakhe.
On page 4644,
Ikhasi ke 4644.
we begin at 0038.
Siqala ngo-0038
We have Sprayed View,
sino-spread view.
0041 Parquet,
Ngo-0041 iphakhe.
0046 Sprayed View,
Ngo-0046 spread view.
0057 Undefined,
Ngo-0057 asazi akwazi ukuthi ibilaphi.
0058 we end with Sprayed View.
Ngo-0058 iphelele spread view futhi.
Moving on to the next page,
Ekhasini elilandelayo
4645.
4645.
We start with the 27th at 0059.
Siqala ke ngilapha ngo-0059 isikhathi iye ngamhla 27
Phosphorus.
ikhuluma ngokwasephosphorus.
A few seconds later, Sprayed View.
Emva kwemizuzwana nje sithi se-spread view.
At 1 o'clock on the 27th, we have an undefined.
Ngo-1 o'clock ikhuluma ngokuthi akwazi ukuthi ilaphi.
A few few seconds thereafter, sprite view.
Emva komzutswana nje spread view.
And from 0111 until the end of the page, 0119, we have sprite view.
Ukusukela ngo-0111 kuyofika ngo-0119 spread view.
We turn over to 4646.
Siyake ku-4646.
We begin with 125.
Isikhathi so do 0125, 25 minutes past 1.
And we get phosphorus.
Sorry for slowers.
126 bright view
Ngo-26 minutes past 1 spread view.
until 129 bright view.
Uyofika 29 minutes past 1.
At 0131 we get an undefined.
Ngo-0131 sithola la kungena ncazelo khona.
From 0135 to 0135, 50 seconds we get sprite view.
U-135 kuyofika ngo-135 50 seconds sithola spread view.
0137 parquet.
137 sithola iparquet.
0138 phosphorus.
138 sithola iphosphorus.
And at 9:15 we get West Street.
Ngo-9:15 ila sithola khona umgwaqo u-West Street.
On page 4647
Ebukhasini ke-4647
we begin with 918 South Street.
siqala ngo-918 esemgwaqweni usawa.
Right until 10:52 we still get South Street.
Uyofika ke u-10:52 sathola wona lo mgwaqo usawa street.
At 11:53
Isikhathi sa-11:53
JSE.
sithola ke i-JSE.
At 11:54 South Street
Ngo-11:54 sithola usawa umgwaqo.
until 12:30 South Street.
Ukuyofika u-12:30 kusewusawa street.
But at 12:31 we get undefined.
Ngo-12:31 ayikho kuncazelo.
A few seconds later, at the end of the page, we get South Street.
Kugcineni kwakhasi siphinde siyathola lapha kukhulunywa futhi ngosawa street.
Still on the 27th,
Sisakuyena umhla 27
12:45,
ngo-12:45
we get Queen's Park.
sikhona ikhuluma ngo-Queen's Park.
12:46 Brixton.
Ngo-12:46 ikhuluma nge-Brixton.
12:47 Mayfair West.
Ngo-12:47 ikhuluma nge-Mayfair West.
13:17 Brixton.
Ngo-13:17 iBrixton.
14:12 Mayfair West.
Ngo-14:12 Mayfair West.
14:19 Brixton.
Ngo-14:19 iseBrixton.
At 14:22 we end the page with Brixton.
Ngo-14:22 liyaphela-ke ikhasi lapho kusakhulunywa ngeBrixton.
This page shows you between Mayfair West and Brixton
Leli khasi lonke likhombisa ukuthi bephakathi kwe-Mayfair West neBrixton.
and one part of Queen's Park.
Nenye-ke isikhashana esincane la bese Queen's Park.
And that is the end of the GPRS data.
Ya ubona-ke kuphelela-ke kwe-GPS data.
Thank you. And then the SMSs.
The SMSs. that we would find on page 2184.
Ma-SMS zizothola ekhasini 2184.
Okay, at the top of page 2184,
Usukele phezulu-ke kuleli khasi 2184.
on the 26th of October, 7:52,
Mhla 26 ku-October ngesikhathi se-7:52.
an outgoing SMS was made from the number ending 0436 to 6669.
Khona-ke SMS ephuma kule number ephela ngo-0436 igcina-ke iya kule number i-669.
The towers picked up on the first two transactions were Malbarton.
Manje ithapha-ke ekhombisa la uma bexhumana email button.
Again, on the 26th at 11:03,
Ngo-11:03 umhla 26
an outgoing SMS from the number ending 0436
kusuka kule number ephelela ngo-0436
to 6669,
iya ku-669
and Glen Vista was picked up as the tower.
and ikhombisa i-Glen Vista West itower.
The same as the 11:04 outgoing SMSs.
Kufikela ngesikhathi sika-11:04 la kuphuma khona i-SMS.
At 9:30 on the 26th,
Mhla 26 ngo-9:30
an SMS was sent from 0436
ikhona i-SMS evele ku-0436
to 6669,
iya ku-669
and Malbarton was picked up.
and isaxhumana nayo le tower email button.
The same occurred at 10:26.
Phinde kwenzeka kanjalo-ke ngo-10:26
That was a call.
lapho-ke kwakuthintana ngokuxhumana ngocingo ufoni.
If we go on to 2185,
Uma sekisiya lapha ekhasini 2185
an SMS sent from 0436
kukhona i-SMS ephuma ku-0436
to 6669,
iya ku-669
and we could not identify a tower there.
lapho-ke akwazange kutholakala ukuthi yiphi itower ebisenza lapho.
At 11:53,
Isikhathi sika-11:53
another SMS from 0436
khona i-SMS ephuma-ke kuyo le number u-0436
to 6669.
iya kuyo le number u-669
Malbarton was picked up
ku-mail
again.
button iyona eyatholakala.
At 15:42,
Ngesikhathi sika-1542
an SMS was sent again to the 669 number,
ikhona i-SMS eyathunyelwa futhi iya kule number u-669.
and the tower picked up was Besonia.
Itower-ke eyatholakala lapho uBasoni.
17:25,
Isikhathi sika-1725
another SMS,
khona i-SMS futhi eyaphuma
and Besonia was picked up again.
futhi kwaphinde kwathiwa ukuthi itower esetshenziswayo uBasoni.
The same as with the transaction for 1723,
Futhi-ke kwabanjalo ngesikhathi sika-1723
Besonia was picked up.
kwakusetshenziswa yona iBasoni.
1725,
Nga-1725 futhi
Rand Water was picked up.
kwatholakala ukuthi itower i-Rand Water.
If we turn over to 2186,
Uma siya ekhasini 2186
an SMS was sent on the 27th
khona i-SMS yathunyelwa ngomhla 27
at 0043
number udial 043
from the 0436 number
iphuma ke kuyona le number u-0436
to the 6669 number,
ushuthi iya kuyona le number u-669
and the tower picked up was Spruit View.
itower ke esetshenziswa lapho i-Spruit View.
That's the last SMS on that page. If
Yona ke SMS ekugcina kulelo khasi.
we turn over to 2187,
Siphendula ikhasi siye ku-2187.
there was no communication between the number ending at 0436 and 6669.
Kubanga ke nakuqhuma phakathi kwale number 0436 nale egcina ngo-669.
Thank you. Okay. Regarding the SMSs, can you also place the tower information?
Ngela ke usichazele ke ukuthi mayelana namatower
From 1857
ama-SMS ahamba ngayiphi itower kusukela
on the 26th
ngo-1857
of October.
mhla 26 October.
1857 is an undefined tower,
Ngo-1857 itower engaziwa
and at 21:01:59 seconds,
ngo-21:01:59 seconds
that was a call which was Bopang Khotso, and the last SMS was at 0043 on the 27th, and Spruit View.
Let's start again.
Okay, sorry.
No, ngo-21:01:59 kwakuqhunyelwa netower ekwakuthiwa ibupangfotso.
And at 0043 on the 27th, the last message or SMS reflects Spruit View.
Ngesikhathi ka-0043 ngomhla 27 i-message yokugcina ikhombisa i-Spruit View.
Thank you. Now, let's focus on the number ending with 51 of the deceased, the one that was identified as belonging to Senzo Meyiwa.
Zero 071 437 9551. So that data starts on page 361.
Siqale ke ekhasini u-361 sikhuluma ngale number e-0771 437 9551.
And the number that was identified as belonging to Kelly Kumalo ending with 4358.
Futhi sibheka nale number egcina ngo-4358 ekuthiwa kwakuyinumber kaKelly Khumalo.
4358.
As well as the number ending with 2498.
Okay, 4358 data begins at page 1650.
Idata ke ka number egcina ngo-4358 iqala lapha ekhasini u-1650.
And data ending 0436 begins begins on 2184.
Manje-ke idata-ke ekhuluma ngale number egcina u-0436 iqala lapha ekhasini u-2180.
Okay. With that in mind, can you tell the court if these devices on the 26th of October 2014, between 1900 and 2000, were they picking the same tower?
Yes, they were.
So-ke ngamhla 26 ku-October lezi number lezi kusukela ngo-1900 kuyofika ngo-2000 kushuthi ngo-7 kuyofika ngo-8 zaziqhumana netower eyodwa na othi yebo.
Which are these numbers?
082
Wait. 082
704
704
4358
4358
060
060
804
804
0436
0436
and 071
071
437
437
9551.
9551. So these are three numbers.
Yes,
So we're picking up the same towers.
yes.
And then the follow-up question is, what are these towers? The towers that they were picking between 1900 and 2000. Can you place that on record?
From what I've read out, I would say it's the clinics, Phosphorus, Sprite View. The most common towers were Phosphorus Square, Bopang Khotso. The phones did travel to and fro. I've picked up Sour Street, West Street. On one or two of the numbers, it was Wanderers, Liefde, and Vrede, Pasonia, Glen Vista. I would say that those were the most common towers.
John is in number 082 704 4358, no 060 804 0436, no 071 437 9551. Zazithi ziqhumana nemathawa afanayo. Amathawa abonakala kakhulu i-clinics ne-Phosphorus ne-Sprite View. Ibonakala kujwayele ukuthintana nayo kwakuyi-Phosphorus Square ne-Bopang Khotso. Kodwa-ke kuyavela ukuthi nezinye inamba bezihamba zithinta ithawa njengeSour ne-West Street ne-Rand Water what is the name?
Pasonia and Glen Vista.
Ne-Pasonia ne-Glen Vista.
Just confine yourself to the 26th of October 2014.
Sprite View, Bopang Khotse,
Sprite View, Bopang Khotso,
Parke,
Parke,
Clinics, Phosphorus
clinic phosphorus
and Phosphorus Square.
phosphorus square.
Thank you. I would like to show you Exhibit O1.
Exhibit 01.
That's correct, my lord.
What is it?
It's an affidavit by Colonel Stein.
Ngifisa ukukhombisa i-affidavit evela ku-Colonel Stein.
Can you just place the page number there on record?
Page 23.
Uthi-ke ikhasi kwawo-page 23.
The information that I would like to draw your attention on is at the bottom of the page.
Ngifisa ukuthi siyobheka kuwona ilapha ingasekugcineni kwekhasi.
Yes.
Are you able to see that? And then what you have testified about on paragraph number 9.
Can I ask the state to beam that page that the state is referring to so that the clients can be able to see that page?
Yes, sir.
My lord, the witness does not have that statement on her device.
computer?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not the one who's beaming that information. It's
Hello?
from. I'm saying I'm not the one who's beaming the information on the monitor. It is the witness. And
So
she
the
does
witness
not
doesn't have Colonel Stein's affidavit.
That's correct.
But the state, my lord, does have the statement, and this information is contained in the transcript as well.
My lord, it will mean. I will come back to that aspect.
Which aspect?
The one of.
They want you to beam it simultaneously.
So it means that I will have to then remove the HDMI cable.
Yeah,
and-
do that.
My lord, I think it will be better if we just go on the transcript, because the transcript is easier to go there. This evidence is there on the transcript.
But your clients won't be able to see the transcript.
Sorry, my lord.
Yeah, me, I think.
Let's proceed with the statement. Thank you.
You see.
Although it was not made by this witness.
So that is Stein's affidavit.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, it's on page?
Page 23.
23.
Page 23 of Exhibit 01. Yes.
On paragraph number 9 of your affidavit, as well as page 23 of Stein's affidavit.
So affidavit is triple J.
Triple J. That's
J1.
correct. J1.
Yeah, right.
And the affidavit of Colonel State is Exhibit 01, page
Right, yeah.
23.
Page 23.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is what is contained in the affidavit of Colonel Stein versus what you have today placed on record.
Nje khona lokhu vela lapha ku-affidavit ka-Colonel Stein masiqhathanisa naloko wena usanda ukufunda ukuthi kuqoshwe.
Yes.
And then evidence before this court is that this evidence is from the downloading of a cell phone.
Nje ke ufakazi obula enkantolo ukuthi lokhu ke kwakuyilaba bedownloada khona i-cellphone.
And then what you have testified on today is in relation to a section 205.
Manje ukubeka la enkantolo kuhambelana ne-section 205.
Yes, that's correct.
Wathi yebo kuyiqiniso.
Can you compare these two sets of testimonies and you give the similarities as well as the differences?
Ungaqhathanisa ke lo bufakazi obulana ukuthi yasitshela ukuthi bufanaphi behlukaphi.
Okay, firstly, I can only testify on my statement and my evidence, but because I was asked to do a comparison, I will then identify it.
Ngithanda ukuthi ngifakaze ngesami statement kodwa njengoba ngiceliwe ukuthi ngiqhathanise ngizozama ukwenza njani.
I can confirm that the MSISDNs are the same.
Ngingasho ukuthi ama-MS ayafana.
MSI.
MSISDN.
Ama-MSISDN
The
ayafana.
same.
Yes.
Just simplify, what is it, MSIDN?
MSISDN refers to the cell phone number in question.
Shuke MSISDN ikhuluma ngomakhalekhukhwini, inombolo kamakhalekhukhwini.
The IMSI number, which refers to the unique serial number of a SIM card,
Shuke
are
imzi
the
number
same.
inamba ke ekhombisa ke inamba kamakhalekhukhwini engafani nenye. Kuyabonakala ukuthi ngapha nangapha kule mibiko ehlukene ayafana.
The IMEI numbers, which indicates the serial number of the handset or cell phone, are similar.
Shuke IMEI ukhuluma ngesirial number kamakhalekhukhwini ayafana.
The call type is similar, which reflects an outgoing call.
Kushuke uhlobo ke lwamakholi aphumayo ke ayafana.
The date and the duration.
Is the court, my lord? I
Yeah.
hear the witness saying that the outgoing calls are the same, but that is an MTC. It's an incoming call, not an outgoing call.
Yes, I haven't completed saying what I needed to say.
Yeah, but MTC stands for mobile terminating call.
Yes,
and
that-
the person that is receiving the call, not
Yes.
the person that's making the call.
So if you gave me
We
a
need to be
chance,
very accurate with our terminology.
if you had given me a chance, I would have
Thank you.
said which number made the call.
Okay.
So you haven't completed your statement.
No, I haven't.
Okay. Please
My lord.
complete it.
The 2nd of August and 15th of October,
Ngomhla 2 ku-August nomhla 15 October
together with the times, are similar.
ney'khathi ziyafana.
The duration of the calls are similar.
Ubude ke balamakholi buyafana.
This is where the difference comes in.
No kumehluko la utholakala khona.
The other party number is different.
In the number ke yale lo munye oxhunyana naye yehluko.
This reflects on the 2nd of August that the number ending with 1330
Kuthiwa ngomhla 2 August inamba egcina ngo-1330
called,
double 130 sorry.
called the number ending with 4358.
Yashayela ucingo le number egcina ngo-4358
On the 15th of October,
mhla 15 October.
the other party is different.
Lo number kukhulunyana nayo yehlukile.
It indicates that the other party ending in 9551
Le enye ke ifuna ukukhulunyana nayo egcina ngo-9551
called the number ending in 4358.
yona iyathintana nale number egcina ngo-4358.
Thank you. Is that all? Is that all?
Yes.
Wathi kona konke ke lokho.
I don't have the cell name on my set of data, and there's a cell name on this set of data
Wathi
on page 23.
kuyami idata anginayo kodwa kule nginikiwe ikhona ku-page 23.
Now, are you able to explain before this court the difference in this data that is presented before you?
Ungakwazi ukuchazela inkantolo ukuthi yini kunomehluko kuleyo data onikwe yona?
The only explanation I can give you is that this has come directly from our Nemo system. It was that was on our database at Vodacom.
Engingachaza ukuthi lokhu kuvela emshinini wethu Nemo database yase-Vodacom.
This data does reflect under the AMA data,
Wathi ke le data ke ivela ku-ama-data.
which implies that a call was received.
Uchaza ukuthi khona ke ifoni eyangena.
This activity on page 23 does not reflect on our set of data.
Lokhu kulapha ku-page 23 akuveli ku-set yethu ye-data.
And then, what could be a possible explanation that it does not reflect on your set of data?
Manje yini incazelo engachaza ukuthi yini ke kungaveli ku-data yenu?
Because it doesn't reflect on AMA data, there could be a possibility that it could be under GPRS.
Njengoba ingaveli kwama-data kungaba nokuthi mhlambe kivela ku-GPRS.
Although on our set of GPRS data,
Noma ke ku-data set yethu ye-GPRS
it would not reflect as a call.
angeke ivele kithina ibonakala njenge-call.
Is the call number. I just avoided to object just before this witness can give her explanation, which is a speculation.
Are you speculating, ma'am?
Yes.
On my set of data, no.
Athi uma ngikhuluma ngeyami i-data angikageli.
No, the question was, can she please give a possible explanation with regard to the differences between the two tables, particularly with regard to the call that is making the call to the first one. I mean the call to the other one. That is that number ending in 202 making a call to the number ending with 358. Why is that information that is contained in Mr. Stain's affidavit not the same information that is contained in her affidavit? Then the state says to her, can she please then come up with a possible explanation? Then I'm saying to the court has said that we should wait for the witness to finish their answer before we can object.
Yes.
But I am saying that this state is calling the witness to come up with a conjecture, which is a speculation, which is not based on facts. And this witness says, insofar as my data is concerned, I am not speculating. We have to hear her about the data relating to state.
The way I understand the state, Mr.
Mr. Sibande, Advocate Sibande.
Are you not saying you request an explanation, if there is any?
That's correct.
Are you respecting a conjecture, guesswork?
No.
Please.
My Lord, she says a possible explanation,
That's it, yeah, fine.
which is not based on facts. That's a conjecture. It's a speculation, a possibility.
Ma'am,
This is not rocket science.
can we hear from you? A conjecture and speculation and explanation, is there a difference?
Yes,
Hello?
to an extent, my lord. But I will, however, mention the fact that, as I've indicated at the beginning, before testifying on this data, that I can only speak for what I have on my data.
Right.
I cannot speak for somebody else's data.
hayi mina ngakwazi ukukhuluma ngedata yami kuphela angeke ngakwazi ukuthi ngilethe ubufakazi ngedata yomunye umuntu.
Yes, Mr. Subani.
Discuss, my lord. The witness before court is also an expert.
Hello?
The witness before court, she's also an expert. She can also give an opinion. And
Well,
that's
she
what
says
she's doing at the
she's
moment.
not prepared. Are you prepared to do so or not?
I will make a statement once again that I am not confirming Colonel
Mr. Colonel Staines' affidavit.
data. Yes.
Yeah.
I am not confirming it. But when asked of what the difference was, this could be a possibility that it could appear on the GPRS data. But with that said, I've also said that on our set of GPRS data,
Doesn't appear.
it doesn't appear as a call. You
Right.
cannot differentiate between a call or a message under the GPRS data because it's internet usage.
Yeah. But the call exists. Are you with me?
Yes,
Are you with me?
I'm with you.
When I say, but the fact is that call, the number called, which you cannot speculate whether it's incoming or outgoing or whatever, it exists.
I cannot confirm that this call
Exists.
exists.
Okay, fine.
Ngikwazi ukuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi hayi le call iyabakho.
Can you further explain a call on GPRS stream? You can do that by way of giving an example so that you can understand.
Okay, as I've indicated and said a few minutes ago, under the GPRS stream, it's all the internet related activities. That is whether you surf the net or use WhatsApp to make a call. Back in the day, it used to be BBM. That would all fall under GPRS. But then again, I reiterate, you cannot differentiate under the GPRS stream whether it is a message, whether you were streaming, or whether you have made a call. All it shows us is the usage of that transaction.
Thiwa kachazeke nge-GPRS stream osethi ke yilapho kuvela khona ke ukuthi umuntu usebenzise i-internet akuchazi ukuthi wayesenzisiwe WhatsApp enza i-call noma wayezibukela nje ku-GPRS. Kodwa ke konke kubonakala kuyi-GPRS. Umehluka ubonakala ukuthi lana i-call lana i-WhatsApp ngoba nje konke kuyafana la.
Yeah, from my understanding. But there is an intercommunication or a transaction between two numbers.
Yes.
Otherwise, I must go and study mathematics again. So that number can't interact alone. It interacts with another number. But you are not able to determine whether it is a GPS or whatever.
Yes, we cannot establish what the activity is.
But the activity concerns two numbers.
Yes.
Ati kukhona ukubona ugcina kubona ke ukuthi ukuxhumana kona kukhona ukuthi kwakwenziwani ikona kungaveli kahle kungacaci kodwa ukuxhumana kona phakathi kweinamba ezimbili kukhona.
You also mentioned WhatsApp call as well as BBM call. Can you also explain what that is and what does it entail?
So when I mentioned BBM, that was back in the day during this period. You would need to have a BlackBerry handset. We've moved with technology, we have smartphones now. If you needed to use the BBM, you needed to download the BBM app. When you surf the internet, it would then show blackberry.net under the APN. If we talk about WhatsApp, it's a more modern technology, also an application that needs to be downloaded. Possibly on the APN, you would then find Vodacom.co.za. As we've said earlier, the APN is the access point network. You have to connect to a server to get this. And that's the difference with technology of BBN those days and WhatsApp nowadays.
BBM ke kwakuhlobo olwalidinga ukuthi usebenzise le phone okuthiwa yi-BlackBerry ofanele kube nayo. I-BBM kwakuyi-application ofanele uyi-download ngoba idingeka ukuthi ibe khona leyo application. Lapha ekhombisa ibhala ukuthi blackberry.net okusho ukuthi i-APM esetshenziswayo. I-WhatsApp nayo yi-application entsha ke efanele nayo ukuthi download. Manje ke lapha ku-Vodacom ikhombisa ukuthi ihamba nge-access point ihamba nge-access point network. So kule malanga akudala kwakubona eyikhona le kwakuthiwa u-BBM kodwa kule malanga le ayisekho leyo BBM.
Can you find a BBM call on the section 205?
Okay, uyakwazi ukuthatha i-BBM call lapha ngaphansi kwa-section 205?
We would not be able to identify a BBM call because it would have been under the GPRS stream.
Sikwazi kuyibona leyo BBM call ngoba iyoba ingaphansi kwe-GPRS stream.
Before I leave this point, you also made mention of the fact that if it's a call on BBM, it will also make mention of blackberry.net.
Yes.
Can I ask my colleague to speak aloud? I'm struggling to hear him. Thank you.
You made mention that if it's a call over BBM, it will show blackberry.net or VodacomLive.com. If you go back now to the data or the GRS, to make sure I get GPRS stream.
Yes.
Of the number ending with 4358.
May the statement, Madam, assist us with the page number on which they are.
Okay.
And what exhibit?
We're still on exhibit JJJ1. I'm on page 1654.
I am on page 1654, and if we look at the GPRS stream,
Sisekhasini 1654 masibheka lapha i-GPRS stream lapho.
and we are on number ending 4358.
Sikule number egcina ngo-4358.
Under the APN column,
Ngaphansi kwe-APN column
you will find blackberry.net.
uzothola lapho kubhalwe ukuthi blackberry.net.
So that's what you meant with BBM calls.
Ilapho kusho nge-BBM call.
Not necessarily BBM calls, but every transaction relating to BBM, which
Okay.
could include calls.
Angisho ukuthi kwakuyi-BBM call leyo, kodwa ke nanoma yini ke yenzeka lapho ngaphansi kwe-BBM elizohlanganisa futhi ke nawo ke ama-call avela ku-BBM.
Okay. There's something else that I need clarification on. On page 4633,
Naselapha ekhasini 4633
on the GPRS stream,
4633. Yes.
APN,
APN is LT. Sorry, it's light Vodacom.za.
APN lapho light
It's-
vodacom.co.za.
It's actually LTE, but I will make sure. LTE Vodacom ZA.
LTE vodacom.za.
okay. Thank you. Now let us move back to the addendum.
That too?
The addendum
Oh, that's
statement, yes. The number ending with 0436 as well as the number ending with 4358 9551 2498.
Nasibheka lesi number ke lapha esithaselweni 0436 egcina futhi ngo-4358 negcina ngo-9551 negcina ngo-2498.
Yes.
Yes. Do those numbers that I mentioned after 2100 on the 26th of October 2014 pick up locations at clinics? The clinics, what? These clinics for Flores.
Yes.
Can you also mention, I know you have done this, for the sake of the record, mention individually, just give a general time after 2100, this was the time and location that it picked up after 2100.
There were random times after 2100.
Yes, it's fine.
I would say from about 2100 hours right until maybe 2300 hours or leading into midnight that these towers were picked up.
Ngakusho ukuthi this number egcina ngo-0436 4358 9551 2498 ukusukela ke ngesikhathi sika-21 ngomhla 2610 zazibonakala ngesithinta nametower eclinics ne-Foslorus kusukela ngo-21 athi uyofika mhlambe kasithi-ke 23 hours sifikana nakhona esikhathini sika-0000 besithitha ithande tower yona.
Okay, just explain to the court, how does the tower feeds into the device, the information.
Okay, so in terms of having a cell phone, the first thing you do is when you purchase a SIM card and a phone,
umuntu uqala-ke uthola i-cellphone uthenga ne-sim card.
Maybe before this witness proceeds here, I'm struggling to find out on the number that ends with 4358, the date on which that number goes beyond 21 hours. I don't know what page is that. That number that ends with 4358, that goes beyond 21 hours. Maybe the state can assist me with that.
But this witness was asked about 4 numbers. Is that not so? Mr. Mnisi, this witness was asked about 4 numbers, which proliferate the hours between 2100 hours, as she says, to up to about midnight on the 26th.
Excuse me, madam.
I say this witness was asked about 4 numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. So you only want 1 number, you don't want the 4.
No, I can tell you, I'm struggling from these voluminous documents to find out specifically the time that goes beyond 21 hours in respect of the number that ends with 4358. Yes. I
Yeah,
want
that's why-
that specific
that's
page
why I
where
say
you can
it-
see that this number 4 that ends with 4358 goes beyond 21 hours. I'm not saying all the numbers, the specific number that I'm referring to. ma'am.
Yeah, fine.
Yes, so that's why I'm requesting the state to assist me to follow him. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you go to page 1650?
Page 1650.
1650.
Correct.
The time set.
From 1407:51,
1407
51,
to
2332 at the bottom of the page.
It shows undefined that the cell phone was on voicemail during this period.
So ngo-14 0751 kufika ngo-23 32 the number ethi 1650 khombisa ukuthi no akho la iqhumana khona ngoba ithi undefined.
But the fact is, it was active during that time.
Yes.
Yeah, mention the period.
Yes,
During
it
which
was,
it
it
was
was
active.
active during that period,
Yes, give us the-
although a tower could not be
That's it. So
identified.
give us the number when it was active, the time rather.
It was active from 1407
1407,
51 from the 26th
26.
of October.
Yeah.
It was on CF from that period right until,
Meaning undefined.
yes, I'm going to the last activity of when it was on voicemail.
Yes.
It goes on to page
Okay.
1654 until 27th October
Yes.
2152 that it was on voicemail,
Right.
although a tower could not be identified.
Okay.
So-ke remember lena ngomhla 26 October kusukela ngo-1407 kuyo-51 wathi uzofika ekhasini 1554 ngomhla 27 ngesikhathi sa-2152 le namba bilokhu isebenza kodwa-ke nanoma ithawa kungakwazi ukuthi kuchaze ukuthi yiphi le thawa eyayisebenzisa.
Before we move to a new exhibit, let's clarify the following. Are you familiar with the downloading process that was undertaken by Colonel Stein?
No.
Can you please question again?
Is she familiar with the downloading process that was done by Colonel Stein?
Wathi yazi yini ukuthi wayesebenzisa luphi uhlobo lokudownloada u-Kenneth Stein wathi cha akazi
Of a handset.
ukuthi uhlobo leni le-handset
No.
wathi cha akazi.
Objection, my lord. Why the state is always inviting these hearsay questions, my lord? Because Stein never worked with the current witness who is on the witness box. The questions are irrelevant, my lord.
I don't know about that. Are you talking, sir? Right. Are you talking about the method?
Indeed so, my lord.
You're not talking about.
The analysis.
That's it. You're talking the method
The
utilized.
method, yes.
It's like saying a motor vehicle, when it is on, it's an automatic vehicle. You push the clutch and then you start it. Is that the method?
Method.
Okay, he's talking about the
But
method.
it's not the method.
Well, he's saying that. I'm not
It's
saying
not
that.
the method. He's saying, do you know which device the Colonel Stein used?
Device. He talked about the methods.
But my lord, over and above that,
Why do you argue about useless things like this?
No, this is not useless. Over and above that, the state tried to siphon evidence or testimony from the witness. This witness specifically told this person, I cannot comment on the work that was prepared by Mr. Stein.
Okay, fine.
So why then does the state have to keep on trying to dig and dig and dig and dig and dig on something that this witness has already told this court that he can't comment on?
Okay, let's go on. Yes, sir.
Elizabeth, please. my lord.
Hello?
Do I respond or must I?
I don't
just
know. What do you want to do?
My lord, I just wanted to invite a comment from the witness, but if my colleagues,
They say you're digging. You're digging up.
no, it's
You're
a concept,
cooking, in
my
other words.
lord.
You're cooking evidence.
No objection, my lord. Nobody said cooking.
Oinky calls and you're putting in salt and pepper.
In the best terminology of that you can use, my lord, you rather use trumped,
You know what?
or the word trumped, which means evidence that has been made up, not really cooking. At least we've graduated to that level, my lord.
That's
so
all.
to speak, yes. But the essence of it is that this witness gave an umbrella answer that she can't comment on
We are
something
fine,
that
fine.
was done by Stein.
You're withdrawing that question, are you, sir? The state.
No, my lord.
What is your question? So that everybody can understand it.
I mean, it's a concept. I wanted to
The
understand
concept of doing what?
the downloading concept as well as the section 205. If she knows the process that the police use to download the information on a device,
Now, she says she doesn't know.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord.
Kaka abazi ukuthi mhloboni eyendlela esetshenziswayo ukuthi kudownload information athi cha akazi ukuthi amaphoyisa asenza yiphi method.
okay. Lastly, if you don't know, it's fine. Will this downloaded information on the device also appear on the section 205?
No.
Athi cha into edownloadwe section 205 angeke ivele ku section 205.
My lord, it's 20 past. Okay?
Can I complete?
Yes.
No. As I've indicated, on a on a download from the handset itself, you would get the messages, and as the phone was used, you'd get all those details. On our set of data,
Everything.
there's no messages. So that's where the difference is. It will show you that there's an activity, but it does not give you the contents of that messages.
Athi-ke kusho 5 uyakwazi ukuthola i-message ukuthi i-downloadweni nama-message nani, kodwa kweyethu i-database awekho ama-message, izokhombisa nje ukuthi khona bekwenzeka kodwa ngeke ichaze ukuthi bekungama-message noma bekuyini.
Thank you, my lord. It's 3:20. I would request
Okay,
that we
yes.
adjourn until.
Are you available tomorrow, ma'am?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, they say it's 3:20.
That is 13, it's 1520, my God. In a more professional.
I'm quoting your colleague there.
Yes, 1520.
He calls it 3:20.
Yes, that GMT is 1520. Because when it says 3, it could mean in the morning. But you are now in the afternoon, that is 1520.
Mr. Sbanda, they're correcting you. They say you are reckless with your language.
It has been a long day, my lord.
Okay, yeah, so tomorrow at 10 o'clock then.
And keep the call.